looking for a cocky, she finds him in a shoe. Lift the magazine from the floor. That long-ago mystery has revealed another clue. She quickly shuts the door. The reporters pick up the pads and pens as they rush to the scene. And the cameras swing on the gore reviews, and the editors agree. Yeah, Mike, I just pulled over now, and looks like it's gonna be an all-night job tonight, you know. You could send a few cars over, it would sure help a lot. And I should sit more in front of the TV tonight, because you know I should have you should sleep. I'll start making a few inquiries already. Okay, that's all for now.
What's up, fam? It's your boy CJ O'Connell, back with some more Chill Island Oasis of truth and reality. Just here to like pop off, fucking give some truth, give some reality. You know, we're in desperate need for some truth and reality. These days, not me and dogs, not me and fam. South Park clip of that World of Warcraft nerd? I mean, I've seen that whole episode. Yeah, definitely. Classic. Probably one of the best South Park episodes of all time. Oh yeah, the guy who's casually he's sitting casually in a bar. Yeah, that is mad funny. He's kind of like up. He's like, they have the angle really funny, so he's like, you know, he has his chin, double chin showing, like so funny and good. He doesn't say anything. Yeah, that's true. It's kind of underrated, dude. That's funny. Seems to be a favorite. I mean, it's like, I never played World of Warcraft, so, you know, it's not, it's like, but it's, I would say it's up there. I could almost guarantee you that it's the kind of, it's like one of the South Park episodes that you'll probably find on a lot of, like quite honestly, probably like top 25 lists, you know what I mean? I know, that is really funny though. Yeah, that's you playing on the online debate. My god, the both of you guys, you and Peter, going back and forth for fucking hours. Oh, that reminds me. Let me see if, like, Chill Island posted. You know? Let's see if it made it. What is this?
Well,
Yeah, I know what you mean, Bobby. It's just that it's. I'm sorry. It's mostly just for comic effect, you know. I'm not trying to do it like at your expense or anything like that. It's just like some of the things you say are just so like funny that I don't know, man. I guess it just sounds bad no matter how I put it, but there's like a I don't disbelieve you, obviously. I believe I and I don't I you know, it's just funny to it's like read my comment at, you know, 3207, like I'm dude, you didn't read my comment or whatever. Just remember though, by the way, like that I literally like I just didn't even toggle the. See, I actually have to do it now. Hold on. Like I have to toggle the timestamps. Or no, it might have already been toggled, but whatever. I have to do that. Yeah, I believe you. I mean, there have been so many times like I'm the same way. Like it's very rare that you're gonna get like if I'm just typing, right? I mean, you're not gonna be emoting the same way that you would if you're speaking. Like even behind the screen, you know. I'm that way too. Obviously, it would be like those classic situations where I'm like, LMFAO, but I'll just be like, in real life, I go like, that's the extent of it. I go, just a little sniff, like a little exhale noise. It might be though that I really find it funny, but I'm not laughing my fucking ass off. That's an intense word. A lot of cursing too. Ouch, my ears. Right? I'm just kidding, but seriously, okay. It's not necessary in mobile. Yeah, I'm using the laptop, so I have to adjust for that apparently, but yeah, I don't know why Jonathan couldn't get it or whatever, but it is what it is. Yeah, you're very casual over chat. I mean, over voice chat. Anyone who's lucky enough to be there and witness the glorious vocals of Bobby Brown. And no, I don't mean the singer. I mean the new artist. Bobby Brown. He you were chill. You were very chill island. In fact, it would be great if you wanted to come on here more or something like that, man. We should make a thing out of that. I mean, that is if you want to. I'm just saying, the offer's always open. No pressure, of course. But that would be dope. What's up, Mac Daddy? Mackenzie, I guess? Mind me calling you that? I guess that's cool. Thank you for being here. We are Chill Island Ding. Now. Yes. Chill Island. Chill Island. Chill Island. Oh shit! I gotta the colors back on here. You don't have to run anymore. You don't have to run anymore. You don't have to run anymore. Thank you guys for recommending the channel to Mac Daddy here, aka Mackenzie. You let me know what you prefer to be called in that regard, Mac Daddy. But I believe that though, Karma's Pimp. You seem like the type to you. He says, really, I am LMAO every time I write. Lamont, sometimes when all I wrote was lol. It depends for me. I'm not saying I'm disingenuous with it, but I won't say it unless it's really funny, I guess. But I don't know. I guess I do kind of overuse it. Let's just be real. In the interest of truth and reality, right? But at the same time, I mean, I don't know. I don't even know what I'm saying. Just kind of like try to be discerning in my lymphos. I don't know. Call you talk. Sorry, 2 one-on-one, CJ. We didn't get to actually address each other much. Yeah, man, that's true. That's cool. I'd be down to do that too, dude. Obviously. I should have mentioned that too. You know, yes, Mackenzie, lol. I've never been here before. Your streams are even longer than Eric's. Oh, yeah. Much longer. And sexier. No, I'm just kidding. But it's... I mean, it's also just like... I don't know. I have to be more... like, consistent with the run times. But... I mean, you know... just wind up getting into it, you know? It's fun. It's kind of addicting in a sense. I find that once I start, it's generally kind of hard to stop unless I'm, you know, literally exhausted. Of course, as I yawn. Nah, but... Tell me whatever you like. Okay. Well, I will alternate between the two, if you don't mind, because I like, I'll call you Mackenzie, I suppose, but then throw in a little Mac Daddy every now and then, right? Because it's fucking badass. Bruh. What? Did someone else just come through? Am I making that up? No. I just saw something. Or at least I was gonna do something. Oh, yeah, the thing about my type. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, for the longest time, I was typing as, ENFP. But, I mean, I don't really know if I'm actually polar TI. So then, you know, lately started thinking about INFP, feeling like I could be polar SE. Much more realistically than polar TI, in my opinion. But Eric actually seems to think I'm ENTP, which is totally not outside of the realm of possibility, like at all. It's definitely in my top five. But I'm basically settling. I think I'm some kind of like NF, and I could be I could be an ENTP. Oh man. Madison, though, you were almost a Madison. So, like, you were almost named Madison. Seem pretty NINTI from what I've observed, but I'm not sure. How much have you seen of me? That's interesting. Oh! You're probably talking Karma's Pimp, INFJ, right? Funny enough, though, I'm not sure. I could be INFJ. I don't know, but interesting though. Why don't you think you're polar FI? Well, I mean, that's a good question because that's the other thing about ENTP that had me think, well, I couldn't be ENTP because I'm not polar TI. Um, and in some ways, FE annoys me, but I am good with FE, though that could be explained by so-called demonstrative FE and ENFP. Um, Personally, I take it as a compliment, right? The whole thing of like being ENTP rather than ENFP because I mean, I know what that means, which is essentially at least with Eric, right? It's like I don't bother Eric and I don't strike him as, you know, clearly illogical, so you know, but it is after all probably a sort of top 5 choice. You know what I mean? But in any case, though, yep. Why not polar FI? Well, I was actually just thinking about this before, like and I almost well, I forgot about it actually, but I was almost in almost a typical FI type fashion or something. I was gonna ask the gang like, did you guys like really think that was like polar FI of me to like play? Because I was playing like all these crazy sounds and like some of them were like explosions and stuff, and the frickin' uh someone said something like, "Oh, it's like polar FI," and then someone because of the situation in Ukraine. Someone said that before too. Like Winston's mom said that. Not she didn't say that it was polar TI, but she said something about like, "Oh, I don't know if it's like good timing to play this or whatever." And I'm like, "Okay, right." But then this time it's playing these sounds again, and then or similar sounds again, and then someone says, "Oh, polar TI," and then Eric was like, "Oh, he must be." Not maybe not necessarily seconding that, but at least the ENTP notion, right? And I found myself thinking, I don't know if it's any indication of FI or what it is to actually care about it, but I was thinking like, I almost wanted to come back and be like, "Hey guys, do you guys really think that I'm, you know what I mean? Like, did you guys really think that that was like polar FI, like insensitive kind of thing? Because blah 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 blah, right? It's like possible though. I've always felt like I'm very FI though. Like I don't know. I'm super like about like good morals and values. Whatever that means, right? Like I mean, it sounds corny and deep, but it's true. Like I care very much so about morals and values and sort of like being ethical and uh sort of personal drive, the individuality. I don't know, just all sorts of things. I can be very stubborn, like, um, and indeed, I mean, to my own, I'm not proud to admit it, but I mean, I have my lapses in logic, you know. It's just that I think I try to like overcome that with a sense of I feel as though I try to like overcome my own subjectivity in some ways by striving towards objectivity, you know? But I very much so go by, my likes and my dislikes and this, that, and the other thing, you know? I mean, I could go on and on about it, but, since I was a kid, or getting to my, like, whole life story, right? But I've always been, like, pretty sensitive. I hate to, again, it's like I'm not sort of, like, proud to admit that, but I've always been kind of, like, sensitive in this way and, like, you know, taking things seriously in a way, you know, like not in like an FE way, but in like a personal way, kind of like, you know, questions of like, am I a good person? And so, you know, am I a bad person for the, you know, am I a good person? Things like that. That to me, all of these things I always have thought. I mean, I barely even questioned it as thinking like these are all until once I got into type, like, you know, how long ago now? Maybe like 5 years ago. But you get my point. Like, I mean, I didn't even question it. I was like, yup, that's it. Right? But, you know, at the same time, though, some of these things, man, like, when you get down to it, it's like, okay, are people, like, isn't this just kind of, like, stuff that people do in general, though? Right? Like, I find that the more you break type down, so to speak, it can, like, lose some meaning. So, it's, like, pretty simple for me at this point, thinking that, like, okay, I think I'm probably some kind of NFP, but I could be an NFJ and I could be an ENTP. I don't think I'm INTP, though. I think that's a stretch. In fact, I actually think it would be more likely that I would be INTJ, you know? I don't really have that, you know, that affect. I don't know. I know quite a few ENTPs, you know. They can be fairly cold and clinical, and I don't have anything against them, obviously. It's just like, but that's not really me. I don't know. I tend to be like very engaged in this fashion. Like, the thing is, though, is that I don't know. I do tend to take things personally, but I also don't. I am very like oh God, how do you say it without sounding corny? I mean, like, it's just like the thing. The thing is that I've never been into the whole like. I mean, put it this way, I'm not an activist. You know what I mean? Okay, I've always been very annoyed by like quote unquote social justice warriors. It's such a cold take at this point to even talk about. I feel corny even like talking about it because it's so passe, right? But I mean, you know, not to sound ironically pretentious now, right? But I mean, you know, it's just like the whole 9 yards. Like I would run into all of that stuff where I'm just kind of like, I'm just kind of like, I'm just lucky in that regard to like not have to deal with the issues that, some people do or whatever, you know, the, obviously I'm a, you know, a white guy from the suburbs, you know, of Massachusetts. Okay, right? Like, I'm willing to acquiesce to like a certain amount of, I'm here, I'm, you know, I'm still, unfortunately, right? I guess it's like, well, you know, because it's just, I need to move out eventually. But I live in my parents' house. In my parents' house, I'm in my parents' basement right now. You know, and it's like, well, you know, what was my point there? Right, my ivory tower. You know what I mean? The whole thing of like, oh, I'm in this ivory tower, whatever. But it's, I mean, I don't know. It's never stopped me from trying to see what I at least perceive to be the amazing truth and reality of the situation, which is like and see, I always thought of it as coming from my own understanding of it. Like, I'm just kind of like, I get it because like I'm sensitive and I think that like people would, I can see how it could get weaponized, you know? I could like see that very early on. And so that was the kind of thing that just got me thinking, yeah, okay, well, like, you know, I'm just some kind of NFP, but kind of like a rogue NFP because I don't like subscribe to that kind of thing of like total like I'm not I really try not to be like subjectivist. I really try not to be relativist, especially, you know what I mean? I don't really like, I don't know. I don't really subscribe to that nonsense, right? I I enjoy order, you know? Like, I mean, and obviously not in some, you know, before the in before, right? People like on 4chan saying that. In before, you know, someone calls me a fascist or something fucking stupid, right? But I just don't know. I mean, you know, what it means in terms of type. But it's interesting though, Mackenzie, that you're saying. Well, first of all, let me like just sort of address here. Well, Karma's Pimp says I don't know either. Is CJ? It is consuming, huh? I don't know if you mean the the I don't know what you mean by that. I mean, it's not consuming. It's just I don't know what you think about that. But um what, just the not being sure of the type or something, or just in general, cuz I get that. I just um anyway, though, Polar FI and Polar FE seem to be described kind of the same way, right? But also, that's just interesting, Mackenzie, though, how you feel as though you were typed ESTP. Well, what do you think you are? Let me ask you that, right? In keeping with what Master Bobby is saying here, it's like that's what's most important. I think at the end of the day, right? I was like, what do you think that you are? You know, like what makes the most sense for you personally? What makes sense for you personally? But of course, it's just that anyway. To get to the point here, it's interesting that you say, yeah, I've thought the same thing. I don't really understand what it means to have FI in the polar, but it's easy for me to understand TI in the polar. Even that, though, I don't even quite get. Maybe that's telling of my type, too. I don't know. Maybe I am TI polar, but I don't even really get what that means. I've heard it described as, not understanding conditional logic. I mean, I was never that great at math growing up, but I didn't really try, if you know what I mean. I would probably be better at it now. I mean, I probably missed the window in some regards to, like, be really good at it, but, I mean, I'm good at basic math, though. I'm actually sometimes I can be really good at basic math. But I mean, it's just always been this thing. I've always been more of like I don't like just being best. If it wasn't just music and like film and writing, which would be English, I mean, it would be English class, and then it would be like maybe history class. You know what I mean? But oh yeah, and I loved philosophy when I took that. I love psychology too, but I didn't do the work. Anyway, that was, I'm talking about in high school. So it's like, in any case, though, with math, I mean, it was never a high point or whatever. And it did, and I'm not ashamed to admit that a lot of it kind of was a failure to understand. I mean, I remember being very young and having trouble with math. But who knows, right? I mean, does that mean polar TI? Not necessarily. I also do tend to think that I'm more like concerned with TE matters, but I mean, the more that like I learn about this stuff and like talk to people about it, like the more I kind of go back and forth about this stuff. You know what I mean? So for now, I'm just sort of thinking like, thank you. Okay, I'm ENTP now, right? But anyway, that's interesting because you go, yes, yes, yes. Everything you're saying is why I thought I was FI too. You have the devil's hair of an INTP. Ugh, I hate that you said that because I noticed that it looks a little devilish with the way it's popping out. What do you mean? Because I don't know. I noticed that it's almost like horns. I don't like it because it's going out rather than forward. It always does that, but it's doing it. It's like worse these days because it's like flat. It's kind of more flat. I need to like. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I need more sunlight and activity because I need to get this vibrance back in my hair. You know what I mean? Have it be more lively. So I'm going to say I need to have it be more lively. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of like, is that a type thing even to find SJWs annoying, right? Even, right? That's kind of just like, a lot of people find SJWs annoying. But the fact is, though, that I do know, like, NFPs and stuff who are, like, very, very earnest. You know what I mean? They get very sincere in their, I mean, they say they are, at least, in whatever social justice crusade that they're on this week, I mean, I've seen it. I see it generally all the time. But I just tend to think of it as, like, no, you guys are just doing it wrong. I have a whole, like, you know, I could probably fucking write a thesis on it, but, you know, on, like, why I am a rogue NFP, but it's like, is it really that important, right? I mean, maybe I am just an ENTP. It's not that out of, alignment. Like, what would, wouldn't it be TE in the, sixth slot? That'd be TE demonstrative? Could be. I guess I do have a harder... I actually do have a bit of a harder time, though, thinking that I'm polar FI rather than polar TI. Although, in a sense... Well, they both are... They're both important. I mean, right? I mean, every function is important, but... Man, right? Talk about the two, like... I don't know. They're kind of two... I think of them as being, like, two not very good functions to have as polar functions, you know? But in any case, I mean, I like what, you know, Bobby says. You're a rogue NFP then. Case closed. Who cares what other people say, bro? You believe you're a rogue NFP. Cool. Yeah, well, you know, it could just be what I'm saying to make myself sound cool or something. But I don't say it like that. I just say it because I've seen the behaviors of so many NFPs over the years, you know? And I'm just kind of like, I'm not really like that. Like, I feel like I have all the other stuff, like I mean, you know, what if I just gotta, like, list off a bunch of traits, but right, it's like, I'm creative, and I'm musical, and I'm artistic, and I like to fucking, humorous and stuff like that, you know, and I'm just like, the only thing is that and it's like, and I'm very sensitive, to be honest, you know, and it's just sort of like, but then, and yet, right, like, I just never, like, jumped aboard that stuff, like, but does that really mean that I'm not an NFP? I mean, I don't think so. I just think it doesn't align with my so-called FI. I always thought, you know, it's my FI and my SI, right? Like my feelings and experiences like don't line up with that stuff.
Connected to Bluetooth.
And it's actually kind of my own bias in a sense where I'm thinking, I don't know, a lot of these people, I think, well, when I say these people, I mean mostly like people from my area, kind of like so-called probably NFPs. Basically, these lots of people who basically just like did not experience any oppression whatsoever, and you know, are bandwagoning on like social media causes, you know. I saw it from a mile away when I was a teenager. But it's like if that's the thing, the kind of thing, if it makes me an ENTP, who knows. Definitely not against it. I mean, the thing is I mean, I see people talk smack about ENFPs. In fact, it was so much so that I didn't even want to... I hardly wanted to identify as such. Like... and I mean, I didn't quite understand why, because I felt like, well... It's like, I'm creative and guided by morality. You know what I mean? Like, why? How is that bad? But then it's like, oh, well, it's a personal morality, and it's like, you know, you're subjective, and TI means you don't know how to, you're not logical. And then I'm like, oh. And then start seeing everyone talking mad shit about NFPs. I just don't know what really to think, because a part of me almost thinks that maybe you just get a bad rep. I mean, it's not surprising that the people who are loudmouths and also sensitive, right, are like getting smack talked the most. You know what I mean? Or no, well, that they're being vocal, but then they're also being the ones to get fucking smacked, right? I can see it. I can totally see it. What do you mean when you mean you have your faults in logic? I don't think you used the word faults. You said something like that. Can you go into depth about that? Or like give an example, I guess. I mean, there's the occasional thing where maybe I'm where, like, for example, I don't know, I might like misuse a word or something. It's not that often, but sometimes. That was something that triggered me. I remember when I read it in the ENFP descriptions early on, it was like sometimes they'll act smarter than they really are. Well, I don't like think about it like that. You know, I'm not thinking I'm going to act smart right now so as to cover up my stupidity, right? But it did get me thinking. I was just like, ooh, wow. Like, because at the same time, I'm thinking like, well, I am just like very good with words, and I don't. I consider myself smart, but not like, outrageously smart. So, could be, but I still like that's stung. You know what I mean? So it could just be that it's false. Because I mean, I definitely try not to like posture or anything like that. I just love words, and I do this. Fucking my whole routine. No, I'm just kidding, but my whole CJ vibe. It just kind of is what it is. Like, but in terms of logic, though, like just like pure logic, I guess it's just like I said. It's just sort of be like being like not that great at math. Not. I never thought that I was very good at like following family tree stuff either, and I'm still not that great at it, but it just takes me a minute. Like I found that with like most TI thing, like so-called TI issues, like you know, I can figure it out. Just give me a minute. You know what I mean? Um, but yeah, like I don't know, just math, like like lapses with stuff with words and stuff like that. Like there will just be things. There are like just certain things where it might not be a polar TI situation, but where I mean I'm very good at like for example what I think are sort of more like NI type stuff, right? Where I can kind of like make up for it. I'm like, oh yeah, like I don't know what you're talking about in like Dusseldorf, Germany, right? Or like whatever, right? I don't know. I saw someone say Dusseldorf, Germany earlier, so I'm thinking of that. It's a good name, funny good name too, right? But it'd be like, no, I don't know what it's like in Dusseldorf, Germany. It's like, but I can like imagine based on like vague stereotypes. Even then, I'm a little embarrassed because I'm thinking right now, well, I actually don't know that much about Germany. You know what I mean? Like, so that's not so much TI though, isn't it? Is it? It's just.
Connected to Bluetooth.
But I guess what I'm saying is like, of course, I can intuit what they're saying, and I'm generally pretty good at that stuff. So. I mean, but I like anyone, I suppose. You just have these moments of where you're just kind of like, oh, duh. Sometimes I might like vastly overshoot like numbers. Like I did that recently, where like I vastly overshot like numbers on something, and I was like, oh, duh. Like I don't know why I thought that. No, duh. You know what I mean? But, I don't know any number of things. Like I can be pretty superstitious. I mean, I'm very rational though. I just feel like, I mean, it's a balance, of course. I mean, just like with anyone else, I guess. But I don't know. To be quite honest, I'm pretty generally emotional. Like, so that's just like it's just a bunch of things where I was just kind of like I never really questioned it for a minute. I was like, yup, I'm totally FI. Like, they put the FI as like the heart. You know what I mean? I'm just like, yeah, like that's me. I have a heart. No, I'm just kidding, right? But at the end of the day, though, you wind up learning more about it, and it's like, oh, you have subjective values. But I don't know what that is, because do you not do things for like intrinsic like motivation? I don't know. The other thing too is like I was thinking like, well, like fuck it, I don't even want to be that anyway. I'd rather be FITE, in a sense. I'd rather be like sort of individualistic. I don't want to TIFE and be like, oh, well, actually, I'm the smart guy, and like, and then I'll be nice to try to make it palatable and everything. Like, it seems like lame to me. I'd almost rather be ENFP in some ways so that I can fucking bulldoze over everyone. No, I'm just kidding, but be the alpha male. No, but I mean, it's hard. It's sounds silly, but it's kind of like. I tend to think of that stuff as being a little bit more boss mentality and what I'd like to sort of strive for in a sense. It's like, yeah, I have my personal values, and I like the facts and the results of the matter, of the logical matter. I don't need to know so much about the system. So, for example, I couldn't figure out really, or at least I didn't bother to watch like tutorials, but I couldn't learn like Ableton Live. I don't like complicated software and stuff like that. I like things to be very simple. I want to plug and play, so to speak. You know, et cetera, et cetera. Like, the list goes on and on. Where I very much so kind of resist the TI of things, the like theory behind music theory, film theory. Like these things like really mean nothing to me, and it's not. It is kind of like a stubborn, self-taught kind of mentality. But on the other hand, I tend to think, well, I might actually not like be capable of doing these things. Although that might just be a sort of, I might be being a little bit insecure, right? But I mean, it sort of depends what it is. Like, for example, like I don't even think I'd be, it's not so much TI again, right? And I'm going to catch up with the chat here, but it's kind of like routine jobs, like things like if I was to be like a waiter or something, or even to work at like a sort of fast paced like food establishment, or like Dunkin' Donuts. I don't know if you guys, have Dunkin' Donuts around where you are, but just like a sort of delivery, sorry, not delivery, a drive-through meets, like it's just a small place, get donuts and coffee, right? It's kind of a chain. In New England especially. And like, oh, you're gonna go to Dunks. I'm from around Boston, so I'm Boston. No, but yeah, so Dunks. You're gonna go to Dunks, kid. So anyway, it would be like fucking hectic for me. I would hate that. I would probably quit in a week. And it's just because it's not necessarily because of bad tea. It kind of is because I wouldn't trust. I almost don't trust myself to be able to like retain orders like that. You know what I mean? And to be like, I mean, literally like people's orders for food and stuff like that. Like and to just be carrying this stuff. It just SE type stuff. I just don't know, right? It's just not. I don't think that I'm NFP for no reason. I have a million reasons, but there are also other reasons why I could be at least ENTP. But I don't think of myself as being INTP at all. Like, I mean, I guess now that I think about it, there are certain elements that I can relate to, like polar SE, of course, but I mean, it's interesting, right? To really like consider each type. I mean, I may not have been thorough enough about it. Is that also polar TI? It tends to be, there's this thoroughness also that I find with TI. Last thing I'll say about it, there tends to be this like thoroughness with TI, and I mean, I consider myself to be very thorough, like logically thorough, but almost selectively so. Like, if I know the systems behind something, for example, the logical systems behind something, it's probably because there's this like FI motivation, you know what I mean, to like actually care about it. Like, I don't know, like I said, like not to sound cliche, but it's like, music is like is basically the love of my life, and I can't read sheet music. You know what I mean? Like, so what does that say about me? Well, it seems to indicate something like, well, I have this FI value, and it just so happens that I feel like I'm pretty good with music. I'm pretty good at the things that I'm interested in. But it's all interest, right? It's an interested calculus. It's FI. It's not disinterested, I wish I was cool like that too, where I could just be like, oh yeah, like I'm just going to like read about Plato today, and then I'm going to go read Marx, and I'm not a commie, so I'm not going to, take it seriously, but whatever. It's like, no, like I'm not really like that. Like, I take everything seriously. Like, if I'm going to get into it, I'm going to get into it. I don't know what you guys think about all this, but let me know what you think. That's about all I have to say about that, the TI versus FI stuff. But yeah, Carmen Spim says, I mean, the whole am I this, am I that, do I need to act X or Y, etc. Yeah, I try to think of it in terms of like acting any type of way, but just in terms of like being in alignment in that regard, yeah, it's. I mean, I wouldn't say consuming, but it is something that I often think about. Mac Daddy says, I really don't know. I can do logic questions and often find myself correcting myself or mentally correcting others. Not really out loud because that's annoying and I usually know what they mean, but I've often thought of myself as a loose cannon when it came to emotions. Well, that could be polar FI. But, of course, I don't know if I'd say I'm like a loose cannon, but I don't know if you know about Enneagram, but like I'm very Enneagram 9, so I'm like, I'm always like very chill, and then suddenly I'm not. And it's I mean, it's happened many times with family and friends, like, that can attest to that, where they're just like, yeah, I was around. You know what I mean? Like, I was there. They're like, there. I was, they're like wearing a shirt that's like, I survived like the CJ O'Connell like meltdown of 2018 or something. You know what I mean? Like, because it's very Enneagram 9 sort of explosive anger situation, but not good. However, well, what is that? Could that be polar FI? Who knows, right? In any case, though, loose cannon, I don't know about that, but I do consider myself to be fairly emotional, even to my own detriment. It's not something that I really look at as being a particularly good thing, you know? Anyway, honestly, I thought I was either ESFP or ENFP at the very beginning of learning about typology. Remember Fred from The Simpsons, and I wish you didn't have the devil's curly hair. Oh, yeah! Yeah, man, that's good. That was Flanders says that, right? He's like, and I wish you didn't have the devil's curly hair. Is that a thing? That's so funny. I don't know if that comes from any myth or, you know, or, well, I don't know, maybe some amazing truth in reality. But that's scary, of course. Or curly hair, though. It's like, okay. That's funny, though. I mean, not to be blasphemous, but of course, just thinking, well, because it's not blasphemous, right? You can say, how does that work? Is it blasphemous to talk badly about the devil? No, come on, right? Anyway, though, I would say, though, well, maybe it's blasphemy to talk good. It's not good, but anyway, I'm just saying it's funny to imagine the devil with curly hair, okay? You just got like a big, goofy fucking clown, multicolored hair. Rainbow flag? No, I'm just kidding, man. No, literally rainbow fucking hair. You know, whatever. Literally South Park vibes. You know, the devil being gay. So funny. Good. Oh, man. South Park vibes tonight. Just talking about South Park tonight. But yeah, I find it interesting you say, I know NFJs. Who? Because I find myself starting sentences like that too, but am not sure of my own type or even what the functions are completely to a T. Oh, she's talking about... Oh no, NFPs. I meant NFPs, not NFJ, my bad. Oh, people talk mad shit about every type. I have a hard time buying the notion that EXFPs can't do logic problems, even if they were taught. Yeah, like there's this bit that like Eric says where people will say, like, you know, it'd be like, who's your sister's brother? You know, I don't know, whatever, some logic question, or your aunt's sister, and then it'll just be like family. Yeah, like that's a cute bit and everything, but like, is that really what you say? Like, you know, it's like, just give me a second to figure it out. I'm sure he's heard that before, but it's like, come on, right? Jonathan even said that too. Like, that just seems a little ridiculous, right?
Connected to Bluetooth.
Yeah, but he could not be able to answer the TI polar, not being able to be able to do genealogy problems feels very sad to me. Oh yeah, that was like the other thing. Like it sometimes does take me a bit. I'll just be like, who? Okay, brothers, uncle. I will have to think about it for a little bit, whatever that means. I'm thinking about TI because some people describe FI polar as not knowing what you want. Eric has said that too, not knowing what you want or what you like. But I usually know pretty quickly whether I like a song or not. Those people on Instagram who often put quotes about life struggles and being some tough warrior or something, is that some sort of FI-NI move, or what is that? Well, it could be FE too. I don't know. I'm sure you guys know what I mean. Either way, it rubs me the wrong way. So do I totes agree? Would you think that's an FI thing, KP? Yeah, like SE-FI-NI. Very gamma quadra. Yes, Flanders, that's why it's Flanders. KP really hate a lot of cringe. People can do what they want. Yes, the toughest battles. Yeah, it's annoying. Yeah, KP, I really... Right, yeah. Cringe, people can do what they want. Lol. The goat / satyr devil is usually depicted with curly hair, I think. Oh, scary. And also the Aries ram, so... Watch out, I'm gonna get you with my horns. Okay. Daniel Radcliffe starring in Horns. That's a film. Just saying, you know. See how good my NE is because I thought of the movie Horns because I said horns, right? How good, right? How quirky. I think that I'm honestly the most quirky ENFP that ever quirky ENFP'd. I sort of think of myself as like a real life Juno, Ellen Page, or should I say now Elliot Page, right? Sorry, I want to make sure to, properly gender her, use her real name, her, yes, yes. My spirit animal is Russell Brand. No, it is funny though because like he actually said something once that did kind of resonate in that regard, where it's like, look, the trans thing, like, kind of just being like a go along to get along type, and it's just like, look, I'm not just gonna like, I'm not gonna die on that hill, so to speak, right? I'm gonna like tell you what you are, you know what I mean? Dude, I don't fucking care, you know. So I could sort of relate to that. People say he's kind of the quintessential ENFP. Could be ENTP though too. I mean, I'm sure I don't see like someone like Eric, for example, like, going out of his way to like misgender someone or whatever. I think the whole thing is stupid, but of course I'm not so like brazen as to be like, I don't know, whatever, right? Fucking try to make some thing out of it. But I also would never be friends with a trans person. I'm completely kidding. My friend says that, and it's really funny. I'm completely kidding. Nah, but real talk, like, it's not. I am sort of inclined to have that goal on. It's Enneagram 9 kind of stuff too, but I mean, maybe that's FE. I don't know. I just remember when he said that, I kind of like felt what I was picking up what he was putting down, right? I think it was when he was talking to Jordan Peterson, my man JP. I mean, you can tell me, Mackenzie, after you witness me in action for a while. That sounded weird, but witness me in action for a while on the streams, and then maybe you can tell me what you think, because I'm open to suggestions. It's been very interesting because when I first went on the TWFP whereabouts, okay, like a few years ago, I literally was met with zero opposition. The only thing I was about my type, about being ENFP. The only occasional thing that would come up was like one or two times someone being like, "Oh, dude, ENFP, hello," because I'm the resident ENFP. Like, so you gotta be the provide the NE motor or whatever. And then for every time that would happen, it was literally like one or two times in like 2 or 3 years, and then someone else was always saying, like, this guy I got along with pretty well, he's always like, oh yeah, like you're just you're able to provide the motor of the conversation and stuff. I mean, basically no one had any doubt about it, but there were a few other things though where, like, for example, someone once said, and again I took it as a compliment, he was like oh, like so and so, like ENFP, like I can find him like really hard to follow, but like I don't really have trouble following CJ at all. And to me, honestly, I took that as like a massive compliment. Because I have been told like I can be pretty tangential, but I also like work. I don't know, I wouldn't say I work pretty hard at it, but I try to be concise, basically, and I mean that's just kind of like part and parcel with, I mean, I'm interested in words and language and stuff, so I try to be proper about it. I don't know, even to my own detriment. But I think it winds up working for the most part. I wind up being pretty concise, and I like that. I want to be good at both writing and speaking. You know what I mean? So those are, two of my chosen domains. You can definitely say that, but yeah. So there was that, and there's kind of like, oh yeah, you're going to be easier to follow than a lot of ENFPs. I know. Okay, right. That's another thing. And then I had two people who I think actually Christian actually popped in for a little while earlier. That was pretty amazing. He knows Ahmed. Yeah, I know him from the TWFP whereabouts. Anyway, That's just like my long-winded explanation for like why, like, I mean, basically met zero opposition about that. And even then, when these two guys, again, Christian, got to know me fairly well, and this other guy, Magnus, their kind of hot take, right, was, it wasn't a hot take, but it was a hot take compared to the zero opposition that I was met with so far. And they were like, I think CJ's an INFP, but basically an NE subtype, which is basically an ENFP. I'm like, okay, right? It's the same thing, basically. So, in any case, and then in Q, there was this one time where someone gave me some moral quandary, and then there was this girl who was all like, I think I'm witnessing CJ's FI in action, and blah 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 blah, so on and so forth. So fast forward, I mean, and basically you get. There was one time back in the day when Eric actually popped into the whereabys, and I was actually the last one left. We talked for a little bit. I don't even know if he remembers this, but I do. No, but he said, he was like, oh, well, you're not a particularly talkative ENFP, which is kind of a laugh because I've always been very talkative, and as you can tell, I'm pretty talkative right now. Of course, this is my stream, and that's kind of how it goes. But see, there was some amazing truth and reality to that. However, the thing was that there were a lot of people in there, and a lot of people who could sometimes have some, quite domineering personalities. Okay, so, it's like, and they would be talking about stuff that I wouldn't even know about. They'd be debating a lot of this. I mean, it's a TI heavy environment, and I don't know. I mean, the way this stuff works, right? You start to think, oh, I should just stay out of this or whatever. But at the same time, it's not some lie. It comes from a truth about myself, which is like, oh, well, I don't know about this thing. It wasn't some thing of, oh, I guess I'm polar TI, so I'm not going to join in. No, it'd just be in general, I don't really like debating for the sake of debating, right? Especially if it's not about stuff that I really know about, right? I mean, that would be truly posturing, wouldn't it? In that sort of ENFP fake, you know what I mean? That thing that I'd said that fucking stuck with me about the whole faking being smart thing. I was like, oh, oosh, hitting me below the belt. No, but bruh, what was I gonna say? Anyway, that would be stupid. That would be the true stupidity, would be to join in on those conversations. I actually think that the economy is good. And they're just like, what? What'd you just say? Yeah, you heard me. CJ, the economy's in shambles. Do you not know about taxes? I'm just like, what? What are those? Oh, what are those? Oh, I mean, some of these things, though, I mean, that's an exaggeration, but some of these things you could say, well, okay, I just don't have the proper life experience with these certain things. So it really very much so could be not TI problems. That's why I started thinking INFP, SE. I mean, I know myself, you know what I mean? And things have been pretty congruent, with my perception of myself and how people have responded, that people's perceptions of me, you know what I mean? Anyway, my last little bit on this is just to say this, which is, okay, so then I started going back into so I kind of dipped off of the whereby chats for a while, and that was kind of the last of that. But Eric was basically like, oh yeah, ENFP, whatever. And then in the chat, he started to go, oh, ENFP. There was one time where he said that he felt sort of FI supervised by me. I literally said tisk tisk, and he might have been exaggerating, but he was like, you might be. I remember though, because he said it with a kind of seriousness. I mean, Eric, it was kind of because he said dude. It was very, I don't know. It just struck me as a fucking personal moment. And he was, because he was like, ooh, he was like, even just from that tisk tisk, he was like, CJ, I feel supervised right now. He was like, you might be INFP, dude. And it's of course, so that stuck with me. Anyway, we're finally rounding out here. By the way, I must remind you that I've taken several tests over years. I always wind up getting ENFP. I recently took the Kiersey test. It says that I'm an idealist of some kind. Okay, so whatever. Oh, my long-winded explanation here. Who cares, right? No, I'm just kidding, but I really am fucking at the end of this story here. So I did kind of dip out from the wherebuys for a while. Right, like I said, the brief thing with Eric within the last like 2 years, but then I even kind of dipped out from the TWFP chats for a little while. I started like really coming back into the chats. Like, I mean, I don't even know, like a year, maybe a year and a half ago, and I mean, yeah, maybe it was a little over. Yeah, no, it was probably. Let's just say I started coming back into the chats like a lot more like a year ago, and uh, it was from there that again basically met no opposition about the type thing, but I did. I was starting to notice that feeling again of kind of just being like, ugh, this reputation that comes with ENFP. Like, I don't like it. You know what I mean? I don't know if I want to assign myself as such. But the real thing was in the last couple of months when I started, like, streaming, you know? And I was honestly very surprised to be met with, I don't want to say opposition, but with like a lot of people even positing, oh, you could be like a censor. I mean, Jonathan, who like I've, basically become friends with, he lives like the town over from me. I mean, he thought at first that I was ISFJ. I was like, what the? I mean, and it was at that point that I realized, like, I mean, I swear, I think I even saw someone in the chat on Eric's stream when he addressed my stream. Someone in the chat, I swear, said something like, he seems like an ESTP. And I was like, all right. Like, type is bullshit. No, I'm just kidding, but I was kind of just like, It keyed me into a little bit of truth in reality, I guess. I guess I'm just like amazingly nuanced, you know? I did not realize that I was so hard to type in some regards. Some people still on the stream though, they're just like, yeah, he's totally an ENFP. Some people think ENTP. I will tell you though, nobody seemed to be buying INFP. I think everyone thinks I'm faking. People think that I'm faking, not INFP. I'll tell you though, SE has been a problem. That's why I thought it was such a joke, right? To be ESTP. I'm like, that's right. Yeah, my two, theoretically worst functions. Although, honestly, in my opinion, I think my worst functions are SE and SI, which itself is at least fairly congruent with some kind of ENXP. So, it is what it is. You could call me ENTP if you want to. I'll just take it as a compliment. It's unfortunate, though, that there has to be this stigma associated with the ENFP, right? Like, ENFP equals dumb, ENTP equals smart. I mean, I think it's stupid. Maybe I will not have the interest in calculus anymore if it really does turn out that I am an ENTP, but, like, that always bothered me, though. I always felt like I would call it TI supremacy, and I would just say it's like, I would think that it's stupid that basically, this idea that I think it's silly that people that use TI think that they have like domain over so-called objective logic. You know what I mean? So, but the funny thing is though, is that I still feel that way, even though I've gotten the nice little pats on the back. It's, oh, you're an ENTP, in a sense, almost saying, don't worry, bro, like you're logical or whatever, right? Which is good. But the other funny thing about that, by the way, is that, I've never really like vehemently disagreed with Eric about anything. So it could just be that I haven't like rubbed him the wrong way, so to speak. I mean, and I'm not trying to like discredit him as far as like giving a fair typing, so to speak, but you know what I mean? But
Connected to Bluetooth.
But there's never been some element where, I mean, I just don't know. He doesn't seem to see it. But I feel like there's times, all the time, I'm talking about what I feel like are kind of FI judgments and matters that I don't even know. Either he doesn't see or he willfully ignores. I'm not sure. The thing is, though, is that we do have like some similarities. I mean, it's just again, I just default to the same thing of just being like, hey, look, I'll take it as a compliment, But even at the end of the day, maybe it's a little bit of special snowflake syndrome or something, but at the end of the day, I'd almost like to think of myself as being like the best ENFP. You know what I mean? Like, do you guys know what I mean? Like, I'd almost like rather be like the best ENFP possible than like, some average ENTP, right? Who gives a fuck? Fucking TI over here. You're not that special. Why? You think you have objective logic? Yeah, okay, buddy. You think you use your FE? Oh, everyone likes me. Like, okay. Nah, man. I'm ENFP. I'm fucking SpongeBob over here. Nah. The thing is, though, is there's a seriousness, though, that I approach things with that isn't necessarily just emotional. It's also logical, right? But don't we all feel that? I mean, at what point, again, does this not sort of break down into like just basic human behavior, right? Like, we all have the so-called left and right brain. We all, have this thing of like emotion versus logic and whatever. I just, at this point, I'm open to suggestions. I mean, but I'll tell you though, that was something else. People being like, oh, I think CJ's ISFJ. I think CJ's ESTP. I was like, whoa. Hey now. Again though, I was taking the INFJ. I'm like, oh, okay, that's cool. INFJ, like, yeah, maybe. Perhaps even ENFJ, even though I was thinking, oh, FE Dom, that seems a little ridiculous, but I'm willing to entertain it. But I kind of have my like top 5. I have a ranking. I have a list. But you already get it. I've already talked too much about this. Are you guys even still here? Hello? I'm just talking to nobody. SI polar. Yeah, that's the interesting speaking of ENFJ, I'm like, what the? SI polar. Could be to some degree, though. Maybe that's why SI gives me problems, too. Like, but see, if I was ENFJ, would my SE be way better? It just doesn't make sense. Like, guys, I'm either an NF type of some kind. Basically, I'm either an NF type of some kind, probably NFP, and I could be an ENTP. It's just like, let's just leave it at that, okay? And if I'm not an ENTP, I'm just an amazing INTJ, right? And then we can really just leave it at that. Actually, you know what, though? I'm going to add to that. I'm going to say also, I could just be a fucked up ISTJ. An ISTJ who is incredibly deep in the NE grip. See, but my God, you guys, when I was reading about ENFP, I was like, SI grip, that's me, Of course, that could be ENTP as well, right? So, well, thank you guys for, letting me talk through this. I'm sure you guys are back. What's going on Eric's channel? Like, why? I'm talking about Club ENTP's latest video. I haven't been up to date on that drama. I mean, I was there when... Oh, fuck! I just said that so weirdly, but I love it. Hit the title. This island isn't not chill, per se, but the unchill island? I fucking love it! Guys, I'm famous. Talking with famous people, right? That's how it works. You have to be famous to be talked to be talked with. That's awesome.
I'm with that.
So good. I'm crying. Amazingly chill islanded. Yo, fuck you, Bluetooth. Yo, so like, what's happening? I'm just like giving commentary on this.
The video's like an hour.
Giving commentary on this stream. I'm streaming him streaming.
The video wasn't that long, I guess. Stop spreading cancer. People who think that if they can convince people of your lies as consent, somehow think that makes them not a liar. I'm afraid not. You're just a liar who has just, unfortunately, managed to exploit human rules to convince yourself otherwise. Yeah.
Yen. amazingly agreeing.
Connected to Bluetooth.
Amazingly bong ripped. Amazingly pleased.
You're welcome, Rachel. I felt like not a particularly great partner today.
Let's stream his stream again? Sure, why not? I don't give a fuck.
As I
We're just
got
getting goofy right now. This is the late
absorbed
night.
into,
This is the late night stream.
tip tap
This is the after party.
on
We're
my
getting silly right now.
on CJ
And
stream.
getting silly right now.
saying things as Eric does, liking to say things. Eric, always liking to say things. What's wrong with you?
Amazingly amazing. Okay, I'm just gonna like give commentary on what he's saying. Okay.
But you know, it's like
Yes.
the thing that Delilah likes a lot that she shared.
About my
She's got
stream.
like some 0.6 million subs.
I know that he watches the whole my stream with his family.
And
He, you know, he's like he does not tell me that. He shouldn't
I
tell me
just
that.
found
Eric, you're
it-
so nice. I love the whole Strauss
lacks
family.
A little bit of intuitive
They're my biggest
thing to
fans.
it. But I
No,
also
he's so awesome,
sort of realized that's where the
You know, so the whole
the
family
biggest
watching my stream.
spot of commonality
So good.
is. Like,
So good. I like to just stream his stream
You're
and
gonna
not listen to
get-
anything he's saying, just talk over him, just
it's
totally
like a sense they're doing
disrespectfully.
intuitive style comedy,
Huh?
which excludes a lot of the
Me?
stuff, but includes some of the stuff. Because it's like TI person, right? It's a TI tool user probably doing this comedy, and it's doing a pretty good job of it. But
Me.
it's a lot of like shock comedy kind of stuff. Or whatever.
Yeah, that's totally me too. I was just
Well,
shocked even when he
obviously
just
you've not
said
watched
shock
enough
comedy.
Indies Club Siegfried.
Amazingly shocking. Oh,
How
amazingly
are you
shocking.
feeling, Rachel? Are you feeling full of verve and
I was just thinking verve.
reality?
I was like trying to think of the word, but I couldn't think. I was thinking like verve and like pep. I think I thought of pep.
Fair enough.
So close though. I was on the verge of thinking of verve. So if
Well,
we're on any wavelength.
you know, a lot of
Tee Carver's
the
done.
most successful ones
Tee.
are just one-offs. The thing is that makes Mindy's Club somewhat of a challenge is, generally speaking,
Okay, I'm
the
bored.
more
No,
successful
I'm just kidding.
shorts are
It is kind of weird though for me to just be like streaming his stream.
like things that link
After a
more
while.
to the sensory world. Like the one where I have Tiffany complaining about Victor Espinoza as a jockey after her horse loses at the racetrack.
I like
That
lost
one did well. The one where I
Would it be disrespectful of me to just like do this?
Tiffany trying to pull a paper towel from a machine in the gas station.
Why watch Eric's stream when you could watch Eric's stream with construction noises over it? Like as if it was happening in the background. You know?
I'm getting a feel for the timing of them too. It's like the one that published tonight, it's too long. It's weird how you think it'd be too long in 15 seconds. But it's true. It's too long, and or the timing's not quite right. There's too many cuts, I guess. It's a gratifying medium to work in.
Badass. Makes it way more
They're like
exciting.
haikus in this.
You know? It's like an action movie going on. Eric, look out!
I want to do
There he is.
interesting things with the shorts medium that I don't think
That guy's going ham.
shorts are
The
envisioned
screaming
to
man
be.
right here.
Like,
Oh,
I
you
wanna
guys
do
can
this,
see here.
Videos coming up in a little bit.
You can check this guy out.
Maybe pretty soon I'll start doing this.
I didn't even mean to put that up, but yeah.
Tiffany
I accidentally opened the
waking
tab,
up
but
in
yeah.
Egypt. Now that I
Screaming
have
people
the,
there. Epic vid.
Egypt background.
It's definitely
And
lives up to the title.
She's going to
Screaming people here out here.
I want to do a basically pseudo stop motion of her getting up and being like, right? So this is going to be an interesting thing to do because the only way I can meaningfully do it with the short interface is to push, record, push, pause, move over, push, record, push, pause, move over, push, record, push, pause. So there's got a pause button on the video, right?
Wait. Okay.
And then throughout that whole thing, I'm gonna have to be going like and then
Just Eric, but he's being shot at in the middle of warfare. So horrible.
have some dynamic cameras.
That's awful, CJ. You must be polar FI. Set a fucking poser. Set some fucking, you know what I mean? Some fucking.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
Fucking
experimenting
Hermans.
with that stuff. Like in the most recent one,
I'm trying to
One
tell
of
me,
those people
trying to tell me I FI better than non-FI users. You know? I'm the best at FI.
And that one did pretty well. Interestingly,
It's the fucking madhouse.
right on towards the and with also 1 hour, got 2,000 feet and then jump off the feet. So that was interesting.
Just a shot. That was perfect timing.
So it's like when I'm doing this video, I'm imagining here
Wait for it.
of Tiffany waking up. The way I want to do it is
Subtle combat in the background.
very labor intensive. Depending
Fuck,
on how
man.
many
Hold on.
movements I want to include, it could be very much so, And you try to get them equal size each movement. But anyway, and then the audio is not going to be proper for that because I'm not going to be able to at any point get a single. You can't like mix in a bit of audio over the top of it, right? And so the audio is going to be like, but it might sound good. I don't know. Or I could try to do it with no audio and just have her moving, part, and then put the audio right after. I'm wondering, by the way, would you think this series would be too short? Yeah, I do. I need a mini club. That's exactly what it is. It's a cohesive, followable story, although you have to watch it accordingly. There were a lot.
Oh, this sucks. I don't need that. I need this other one. I need this.
If you click on one of the parts, it goes from the beginning.
Yeah, this is badass.
These story arcs do thread them together. It's more like you get thread those story arcs in one episode, okay? And you may have, depending on the story arc, 10 to 20 short So you're still talking about content for a episode, but it's broken into 15-second chunks. Now, to watch it that way, of course, you've got to watch it on the channel, in which case you're engaging with the things as long-form videos, not as shorts. So, to be idealized
and
ideally...
So what you're saying is...
Yeah, I know, Nicholas Watson, but the problem is the way the shorts interface. The shorts making interface works for YouTube. That's the problem with it. Corduroy gets part of the cactus and she catches it. Have you ever considered collabing for some alt BO? I don't know what alt BO is. Yeah, you can't really edit that much. You can't edit in. I'll put it this way: I've found it difficult to edit in shorts at shorter than 0.4 seconds.
The thing about the Tuvan throat singing is that it's actually beautiful.
When you try doing like 0.1 second, 0.1, so you have like 10.
I'm also not trying to like disrespect Eric. I just think it's funny. We're doing a little bit of audio mixing experimentation right now.
That's been my experience.
This audio visual experimentation, you guys. This is really highbrow stuff. Okay. That's what the people want. That's right. That's right. It's your boy. Thank you for being here. Listen, they want, you know, the people have spoken. They want construction noises. They want Eric talking. They want me talking. They want people screaming. They want throat singing. They want loud explosions. Okay? Damn, that applause that's arena size right there. See, but what is what the people really want, you know? And they want Darude Sandstorm, but slowed down. Oh, look at that epic gun. I love guns.
Perfect for my way of paying attention. Succession of labor-intensive projects are short, they stretch on for a long time.
This kind of sounds good. Doesn't this sound good? Right, the thing he kind of said. This shit, like, dude, doing stuff like this is just, like, the funniest shit ever to me. Yo, this shit sounds badass. Sounds like fucking Crystal Castles. That was awesome.
Okay,
Okay, Siegfried, right? Siegfried. Fuck yeah. Just this part, though, slowed down, sounds mad good. Yo, damn, that shit is.
I'll make you
He's singing to it.
What's the? He is the subject of it. The thing is,
Nightcore.
He's just lying. I mean, he's not even. Tiffany waking up in Egypt now that I have these Egypt backgrounds, and she's going to. I want to do a basically pseudo stop motion of her getting up and being like, right? So this is going to be an interesting thing to do because the only way I can meaningfully do it with the shorts interface is to push record, push pause, move her a little bit, push record, push pause, move her a little bit, push record, push pause. There's got a pause button on the video, right? And then for throughout that whole thing.
Yeah, right. Yes, Siegfried.
Yeah, okay, I mean, it's good advice to have some dynamic camera movements.
Fuck yes!
Yeah, I mean, I'm experimenting with stuff. Like, in the most recent ones, one of the most recent ones I did, in other words, it starts on Tiffany yelling at the peacock in the tree and hands up to the tree where the peacocks
Oh my
are.
god, it's
And
awesome.
that one did pretty well. Interestingly, as soon as I posted it, it jumped right on the short feed like, instantly. And the long short for 1 hour got 2,000 views and then dropped. So, that was interesting. So it's like when I'm doing this video, I imagine of Tiffany waking up. The way I want to do it is, the first chunk of it is very labor intensive, depending on how many different movements I want to include to prepare. And try to get people decide anyway. And the audio is not going to be proper for that because I'm not going to be able to at any point get a single. I can't mix in the audio on top of it, right? And so the audio will go right off, but it might sound good. Or I can try to do it with no audio.
Fuck yeah. Exactly. That's all I want, man. That's all I need to hear, bro. How fucking based is this? Look at this woman! Wait. What is it? What is that face? Alright, the construction. Again, it's still the
for the next generation.
Yeah, you can't really edit that.
Oh,
Be the
the
best
advertisement.
I'll put it this way. I've found it difficult to edit in shorts at shorter than 0.4 second chunks.
Now he sounds like Ben Shapiro.
Second point, so you have like 10.
So
10
good.
a second or something.
I think he could do a pretty good Ben Shapiro impression if he tried.
Or that's been my experience.
Experience. Psychedelic experience. What the fuck? Hold on. Damn. Hold on.
So,
Brother, where my dogs at, right?
additionally,
Okay, but seriously, I'm trying to get this bit.
add an audio track. You only add music. From
Wow. Amazingly ambient. Here's what I'm talking about here. So good.
This. Okay, I'm gonna do this. Oh my god, you guys missed all the best words. Those were the best words. You missed them. Now I forgot.
Watch Eric's stream when you can just watch Eric's stream with a bunch of fucking noise over it. What are construction sounds, right? What could make Eric's stream better? I don't know. Maybe construction noise sounds.
Yeah.
The ultimate military
those
/ weapon gunshot sound
were
effect gunshot sound effect pack. 200 plus sounds for 3 hours.
Right on the word.
Also, maybe you could just listen to watch my stream at the same time.
But fortunately, my mic muted. That's the power of my words.
Yo, this is ominous.
2
Fuck.
words from me can take you either to the bottom of the depths of the ocean of despair and shame and pain, or to the height of the mountain of Everest of goodness. Either way, or anywhere in between, you never know.
Alright.
It's a crapshoot. I'm a loose cannon. Okay, SE. Well, I'd say it's definitely more SE than any.
You see, it stopped at 12 hours.
ESTP, ESFP, but not really.
Because
Right.
any has a conscious sense of how
And
they would like to have
like
more
or ENTJ
archiving in their life.
or
Better job of
EST.
archiving following through. They blame their PE failures on because that's not
Whoa, that was intense.
they're adapted TE and
Oh my god, someone's getting murdered. Yeah, that's it.
I agree though with what Sunshine says. It's all right. Some people have specific preferences. I've been underweight though, and I think both underweight and overweight are attractive. Also, you could have a fine weight but still be unathletic. Yeah, you actually make a great point, and actually are keying into something that I was just thinking about myself, which is that I was almost going to say. I didn't want to like get caught up in the topic, but the point is that no, I'm very unathletic, and I have been chubby, and now I'm like skinnier. But actually, people have started being like, "Oh, you're like too skinny. You're not like too skinny." I don't know if I mentioned this on stream. And it's annoying. I think a lot of it is because I drink a lot of black coffee. When I eat at strange times, it's not good. But, Anyway, there are a lot of like problems that can result in that. But anyway, you get the point. Consumption versus expenditure. But anyway, though, underweight though, I guess actually that is a balance. That's the other way around, isn't it? Interesting, right? Like too much expenditure,
of course,
too little consumption. Underweight can be terrible too. Don't get me wrong. Like, for example, just while being totally like superficial here, right? It should be mentioned in fairness that I also don't find very underweight girls attractive. And I would not begrudge girls for feeling the same way about guys. You know, they do the same thing, both ways, both extremes. Both genders, both extremes, right? Whatever. Again, it's all about health, you know?
I'm not a good whisper shouter, really.
Bro, what the fuck?
It's
getting mad
outrageous
slow
to
now.
ever, it's, you gotta be, we're talking about healthy weight and stuff like that. Give or take. No one can be perfect. And believe me, I'm empathetic to that plight. I thank God I've never experienced it, but I can only imagine. Like, I deal with OCD and stuff, and it's just kind of like, if I applied that same method...
You look laugh after that. So
which a lot of
I deal with OCD.
On that spectrum, I mean,
stuff,
like, more than I am already. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
funny to
Like,
me. I'm sitting here and laughing about myself, right? Ha 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 ha. Literally no pun intended.
Because you end up overly... We are not meant to... phone connected to Bluetooth. But no, we're not meant to be overly regimented in this fashion, but there is a sensible way to approach it, right? It's just
amazingly CJ'd.
You've had my fill of the internet for today. Back to reading Midrash text. Bereshit Rabah. Bereshit Rabah? Is that the famous Rabah about Bereshit? Now that I made it my what is it? What's that other one? It's a picture called, I don't know, I used it as a thumb for a thing called old drama. I googled old drama. Photo. It's one of the pictures that pops up in Google Images towards the top. If you type in old drama. What's interesting, if you type in old drama,
Oh, it's me playing guitar in slow motion. That's dope.
all the
That sounds kind of cool. Oh, it matches. It's not really what I'm looking for, though. What am I singing? Oh, Bennington. That's funny. Ugh.
Bruh, what was I gonna say?
Bass. He's wearing a cross necklace here. So good. Oh, that was dope.
Bro, no one's saying. It's actually, I don't know if you saw Flag Ed, but this all started because, Sunshine, and it's not like an argument or anything, but it's just like Sunshine mentioned, like, oh, Eric would get bent out of shape, and he'd say, Trimmer was like a troller, right? And I was just typing in, kind of being like, well, I mean, like, to be fair, like, I don't really think he's ever trolling per se, more or less. And I think, yeah, I saw your video. He said, that it's like, he's just saying how he feels, and in the process, ruffling some people's feathers, That isn't to say that's it.
It's random gunshot. So good. Ooh, it sounds good. Cool, man. What? Bro, the shit I've been doing off the dome is fucking genius. No, I'm just kidding.
What do you say? I say it annoyingly, you know, all the time.
Nah, it's just that sounded very cool. Alright, enough of that. Fuck you.
Open up your mind and baby. Open up your mind and baby. Open up your mind and baby. Time will stand still for you. Baby, 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 baby. Open up your mind and baby. Open up your mind and baby. Open up your mind and baby. Time will stand still. Nope. Time will stand still. Time will stand still for you.
I think my video capture could have like crashed, but let's see. Sounds if I bring it back here a little bit. Probably work now. But yeah, you're talking about the Tuvan throat singing, Karma's Pimp? Me too. For real. Yo, what up, Boba Fett? Thank you for being here on the Chill Island Oasis of Truth and Reality. It's your boy. Yeah, throat singing is genuinely amazing. It like actually sounds good. That's why I just had to play that a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Just had to give it a little bit of that. A little bit of that truth and reality treatment, know what I'm saying? I'm a black guy. Right? Or do I have, you know, racial identity syndrome problem? Like, you know, fucking racialism. Why y'all gotta be so racialistic? Y'all get so racialistic up in here. Anybody got time for that? What's the deal? What's the deal? Y'all getting racialistic. Mine's on, I'm gonna him with the biscuit. And I hit him with the biscuit. Had to do it, and cause y'all missed it. And y'all know I'm the motherfucking shiznit. Y'all know that's my motherfucking business. Get the game on lock like shit, Blizz, Bizz, I don't know. Like Limp Biscuit. Totally truth and reality, bitch. I'm a mentality, learn to ability, up. Yep. Galaxy in the galaxy, yep. Baddest motherfucker in the galaxy, yep. You can catch me on your block and I'm gonna see, yep. I'm a sucker to him, rock it to him, rock a pay up. I'm a good done, gotta pay up. Every night, every day, and I gotta do a layup on the basketball court, and I'm fucking played up, and I'm fucking saved. I don't know, fucking saved up, and I'm flamed up, fuego on the bench up, green. Come on, Flocka, quick, come in and save me with your amazing ad libs. Quickly, quickly. Thank you, Flocka.
Squad! Flocka! What up, got it? North on the bottom. Flocka!
Fuck yes. So good. It's amazing truth and reality. You don't want that wave, new mentality. Gang, yeah, we at it. Bitch, I'm busting at him. So good. New Groove says, this island is so chill. So good. That's what I love to hear. What does elevator music? Dude, it's amazing truth and reality. That's what it is. You get hit with it. Give people the description is more windows. So good.
Connected to Bluetooth.
Exactly, dude. You get it. Fucking boom, right? Boom. Nice. Mission accomplished. Carmen's Pimp says, someone on Eric's stream just wrote, I went to CJ's stream to see what the fuck it was, and it felt really weird, so I came back here. What a success. Who said that? Now I need to see. Normies get fucking wrecked. I'm just kidding, but right, it's so good. Oh, so good. Winter. Right, just like, psh, yeah, okay, buddy. You know? At him. Whoever that is. I got scared, so I left. No, I'm just kidding, but that's funny. Just having a little fun over here. Give me a break. You know what I mean? Amazingly truthed and reality'd. Alright, one sec. Here we go, man. Do this. I'm just sick of seeing the YouTube logo on this, so like I just want to put this stupid sticker here. Just gonna find it. Man, where is this picture? here somewhere. Hold on. Like, what the fuck? There it is. Nice. Is it right here? Amazing Truth and Reality.
Connected to Bluetooth.
Oh, don't mind me. I'm just over here crafting the perfect stream. Nice, we got 5 viewers. What's up, gang? What's up, Eric? What's up, Jeremiah? I know, I'm just so famous. I mean, it is talking with famous people after all, right? I'm only putting that there so as to get rid of the fucking YouTube logo. Hate it. I'm gonna look at it. But, like, it works. And it's actually, it kind of is, like, almost right in the center here. Someone please explain to me, though, why this isn't working. Like, bruh. Motherfucker, we rolling. And some light skinned girls and some Kelly Rowland. It's a Kanye line. So good. In this white man's world, we are the ones chosen. Me. Literally me. Okay, wait. Literally me when I roll up on the scene. I always like saying that. So good. Mm-hmm. touch me now. Slow dive. Can't touch me now. That's Slow Dive with Slow Dive. Song of the same name. Oh yeah. I know, that'd be cool if I was doing that all with my mouth and just humming that whole thing. So good though, right? Some pastel goth Lolita glow up. Your in-house brand that is factual. GF goals, right? I dig the vibes for sure, you know. You already know. You already know what it is. You already know what it is. Oh, you already know what it is. Slow dive. Can't touch me now. So I'm more of a fast faller. Yeah, I love Slow Dive. 1991. Yeah, exactly. It's from like their like first self-titled EP. So it's pretty funny. It's the song Slow Dive off the EP Slow Dive by the band Slow Dive. I'm pretty sure there's some funny like YouTube comments about that. Oh guys, it's well, I guess it's not that crazy, but I don't know. Well, I just noticed that it's 4/22 2022. There's a lot of twos. Amazingly two'd. And with the 4 and 2, right? Amazing Truth and Reality. Slow dive. You can't touch me now. What's going on, gang? A juggalo with a pastel god, Lolita. Juggalo, man. Am I the juggalo? So sad. Hopefully not, right? No, that's funny though. I don't know if you were saying that, but that makes fun. I know what you mean though. That's funny. It sounded like something Smashing Pumpkins would do. Yeah, like it's I can hear that. Just a little bit. CJ, let's find out your MBTI type so we can find out your ideal MBTI type of girlfriend. We can watch all the Frank James videos. It's like 4, 07 or 37 if you're Boba Fett. What? It is 107 right now. I don't know what's the significance there. Slow dive. I do love the number 7, though. Lucky number 7. I don't know if you're thinking of that, but I don't know. Who's here right now? How many? Who's chilling here? Who's popping? Guys, I've been streaming all day. I was streaming like very late last night into late tonight. Pretty late, you know? Pretty late tonight. I probably am genuinely going to stop streaming soon. I lost the tab though, bruh. I'm trying to peep the page itself, the stream itself. Know what I mean? Here it is. Yeah, word though, yeah. It's like there is none to you. It's just that's the time. Literally. It's funny though. Well, it's like I was born on March 27th. I mentioned my thing about 27 stuff, like 27 Club phobia thing, because also my friend was born on March 27th, so it's like just like weird. I just like think about 27. It's like not trying to join the 27 Club too, like my friend or me. It's like we just gotta make it like 2 more years. Then it's making it 30. Ugh. It's this fret right here. It's messed up. Of course I said that and I was 10:30, but yeah. Well, like the 3, so like, I don't know, 327 is just like, there's only 9 numbers though, right? It's like, come on. You know what I mean? Like, main numbers, whatever you want to call it. I try to think of that when I'm just like, okay, it's not really synchronicity. I go, oh, 234, 47. It's like, what does that mean? It doesn't mean anything necessarily. I mean, knock on wood, of course, right? But it's that rational versus emotional vibes. So I'll just be like, well, like, obviously there's always going to be something. I'll be like, oh, it's like this thing. It's like embarrassing in a way, but it's corny, but about like chicks being like, oh, it's all my angel numbers, and it's just like, bitch, you should be on your phone all day, whatever. Like, oops, it's like literally me. Anyway, thank you for being here, Rachel. Peace out. Right though, but yeah, and I'll just see these numbers. I'm like, it's fucking meaningless, basically. Like, synchronicity, I mean, like sometimes, right? But oh my god, it's 1:11 a.m. 1:11 a.m. Like, bruh. But I've talked about all of this before, like just kind of like. It's like, whoa, numerology, significances, or whatever. Like, I feel like it's like kind of just like with anything else with like synchronicity and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like just like what actually is, like, you know, like what actually counts as synchronicity. You know what I mean? Anyway. Yeah, I know about duality, though. In socionics. Well, yeah, for a while, thinking I'm ENFP, I was thinking, oh, my ISTJ pilgrim wife. There's some amazing truth and reality to that, but of course, I mean, I don't really know any ISTJs, but maybe it would be the perfect compliment. I don't know. Or if I'm ENTP, maybe, who knows, right? Maybe it would be ISFJ, right? OMG, it's 202-204-221:12. Literally true, though. Yeah, 202. 204. 20. Two. Oh, 4, 2, 2, 1, 2. I get what you're saying, but I was just like, at first, I was like, the thing at the beginning, I'm like, lol, what? But yeah, the rest of it, right? Like, it's just like everything. OMG 422114. Amazing truth and reality. Oh, yeah, right. 2022. Oh, but now I get 2022. Oh, well, anyway, I can. You're jumbling it up there. I'm like desperately trying to figure it out. Is that polar TI? No, I'm like desperately trying to figure out the fucking numbers there or whatever. Like, oh, polar. But right though, yeah. It's like, is that polar TI? Could be. I don't know. I mean, I'm also pretty tired. Anyway, well, ISTJ Pilgrim Wife sounds pretty wholesome. ISTJ Pilgrim Wife, instead of like westernized music creator. It's hilarious. Who would that be, right? I mean, it sort of makes sense to like. Why is this? Hold on. I guess I wonder, like, well, would that be boring? But it could actually be exactly what I need, you know? Oh, it's so terrible. Why? It was awful. Hold on. That's why. Yeah, I don't know though. That's seems like the stereotype sort of the ISTJ, right? It's not right, but hold on. No. Nice. All right. Yes. 2200. Oh my god, I don't even know. Yeah, it's way more readable than November. These are guys fucking trolling me over here. 222022. I can't read that shit, man. Right though. Trad wife meme gone goth. Maybe. That sounds kind of awesome. Right, like sure, let's go with that. Fly Guy says, boring sounds fun. Trad wife, yeah. Trad wife, coming in strong. I got a trad wife. That's 2 country songs in a week. We had High Tea Woman in about a week, right? We had High Tea Woman and Trad Wife. 2 hit songs. It's like pagan wife. Like, bruh. Okay. Okay, there we go, finally. Well, that's pretty good timing because I'm definitely gonna stop streaming soon. So I'll probably wind up. I'm trying to take a shower and lie down. Probably I'll fucking pop in on there. Setting sail on the chill island, Oasis, truth and reality. We set sail in the pursuit of bravery, etc., etc. Salacious. Oh yeah, that's right. I was gonna play this song. Speaking of following along, though, I'm actually not even really caught up on this latest drama. Sort of seems like. Not to be a TWFP sycophant, but I don't know, it just seems like another spite monkey attempt. What's the deal with spite monkeys? Haha, so funny as he says, what is the duel? Like, what? What's the duel with spite monkeys? But, bruh, I be straight wildin'. Drake voice. Weirdly sexy with it. Kind of annoying. It's kind of annoying, but it's kind of sexy, but it's annoying. Dude, I've got a million times. I actually did like want to try to play this song as I fade away into the night, into sleepland, into dreamland, the new country. No, but like real talk though, like we're winding down here. Mad chill though. Thank you guys for being here. Ow. Oh. Just fucking whacked my chin. Amazing truth and reality. Ugh. I thought I smelled something weird, almost like it was like the weed, but it's fine. Sort of like poopy smell, like not really, but kinda, just like, Might have just been the weed for a sec, cause just like that burnt weed smell. Annoyingly truthed and reality'd. Just kidding. Seriously. 122 at 4 on 422. Ah, now it's 123. 1, 2, 3. 1. Whoa! One. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2. Yes. And it's the 7th day of the week. Or what's Friday? I guess it's the 5th day of the week. Yo, that's the thing though, right? Sunday is the 7th day, right? So, lucky number 7. Is that where that comes from? You guys. Is this silly of me that I don't even really, like, know? I just tend to think of it as sort of being, like, 6 is the evil number and 7 is the good number. You know what I mean? Well, basically, 6 is the devil number and 7 is the God number. But, of course, there's a lot. I'm sure there's a lot that you could say about that. Like 11991111911. Amazingly numbered. Yo, numbers are fucking dumb, dog. I'm all about letters, man. Numbers are cool, though. Have you guys ever seen that movie, Pi? It's probably Aronofsky's best movie. It's like a little bit nihilistic, but it's definitely good. The mathematics, though, and the woke Kabbalah stuff, amazingly truthed in reality. Just saying. Check it out. It's a bit of a psychological thriller. It's black and white. It's pretty bracing. But, of course, you know, winds up, I don't know, it's pretty good, I think. Again, I honestly think it's Darren Aronofsky's best film. Anyway, I mean, okay, maybe this, I mean, you know, there are contests, but there's some different kinds of movies that he's done, but like, Pi is the most appealing to, I think Pi to this day is his first and best film. It's like, you know, it's the favorite. It's my favorite of his. I think basically to this day it's my favorite film of his, and it's I think it's his first and best film. Anyway, word, Fly Guy. Yeah, I don't know what somebody to say a word. Peace, Fly Guy. I wanted to see what. Oh, but yeah, like I don't know if well, the premiere is set on Eric's channel. So fun and good, just like comments, just like tee-hee. I say y'all ain't on that. Congrats. I'm the first one here. But anyway. Because I was gonna say if there's already chat, I was gonna be like, whoa, that's crazy, but also it'd be kind of cute. But like y'all, I'd just be like, you know, just like y'all jumping on these streams. I like feel that though, but it's like no, I'm actually the first one here. How ironic, how good. Bitch, it's a badass bitch. It's a badass bitch. Yeah, I mean, Aronofsky's not that great. No, I'm just kidding, but he's like good. He's pretty good. I mean, he's good with like kind of shocking, bracing cinema. You know, Mother is kind of fucking evil though. Mostly the last 20 minutes. I mean, but when you realize the whole thing is just his like weird take on the Bible, it's like the dude is just like infatuated with religion in this really just kind of like unsavory way, and it's like that's what Pi is about. That's why honestly I think it's his first and best, because it's like basically it's about a mathematician who gets in deep with this thing of where he's trying to predict the stock market, and that's like his bit. And basically, you know, he winds up in the crosshairs, or so to speak, between these as he describes it, these religious Jews, and he is Jewish himself. His name is Max Cohen, and Aronofsky himself is Jewish too, so it's not some like, you know, it's kind of amazingly based though, right? But it's you know, the thing about it though is that once you realize like Aronofsky's point of view on the situation, for I mean basically I don't want to like give everything away, but the guy's an atheist, okay? So I mean, not saying that that makes it anyway, it's probably his most interesting take on the matter though, because it's actually like pretty interesting. It's a lot like if you've probably seen like Lynch's Eraserhead, right? Like it kind of owes a lot to Eraserhead, but it's about the mathematician. Oh, did I say though? So he's in between, yes, these religious Jews and these like stockbrokers, like economists. And funny enough, like it's just sort of oddly based, like I don't know, just like these weird decisions, right? Where the woman that's like pursuing him is this like very like I don't know, maybe ENFJ kind of black woman who's very personality, TV personality type, right? And they're just hounding him, man. It's like this psychological horror. It's basically like a thriller, you know, but it's in black and white. It's in this like super fucking grainy black and white. You got Clint Mansell on the soundtrack. It's like drum and bass. It is very like late 90s. Some people have pointed that out. In fact, there was one particularly unflattering Rate Your Music review that went so far as to demean it as something like quote unquote Matrix era corniness. Or like, wow, that is like really selling it short, because I mean, in my opinion, I almost think the Matrix is cornier. I mean, yeah, you say what you will, it's the Matrix and all its nonsense. It's just sort of like, but fucking Pi is the type of movie that it feels like it could actually happen, and that's kind of it's a scary film, but it's actually pretty smart too. Like the Matrix is cool and everything, but well, anyway, I like Pi better. The food. I'm just kidding, but the movie. It also makes me think a little bit of something like Fight Club or something. It's like those. It's like in that genre of movies, but it is, after all, much more in that like post Eraserhead. Like, whoa, we're in this fucking, you know, this guy's going crazy, right? He's fucking math, numbers. And it's a little bit corny in that regard, because there's literally, I think, like a monologue. If you watch the trailer, it's pretty cool trailers. I remember, I mean, this shit was pretty formative to me as a teenager. You know, you might not, it's not the type of thing that might, it's not the type of movie that might grab you nowadays. Let's say you've seen a lot of movies and it's kind of like, well, okay, I mean, you know, you could say I liked this better when it was Eraserhead or when it was fucking the Matrix, but or Fight Club, but they came out at the same time, and it's very uniquely its own thing, right? Like this mathematician on the pursuit of the elusive stock number pattern, and the patterns in nature, and he winds up, you know, getting into this religious Jewish sect while they're trying to use him, and then he's got this like black woman stock market, these economists who are like trying to you know, sort of use him to his own ends too, and meanwhile he's getting these like headaches and nosebleeds and stuff. And I mean, I don't know, it's kind of formative cinema to me, at least when I was younger, right? And he, you know, he has this like mentor who's like old, and he's kind of telling him like chill the fuck out, and you know, etc., etc. And he's kind of like he's kind of like, I have to pursue the truth, you know, I have to unearth the amazing truth in reality. And like, I mean, you know, it's just kind of like I especially when I was younger, I was just like a sucker for that, you know what I mean? So it has this, I still enjoy it. Um, yeah, man, but what was the other element there? There was one other thing of sort of just like his, yeah, well, you know, he's basically going crazy. So it's just very, very proto. It just kind of like lays the groundwork for everything that would come after Aronofsky. And I just sort of feel like it, in some senses, was his most pure distillation, you know, um, of unfiltered Aronofsky. And you know, because he would follow it up with, of course, another just like, you know, this bracing, shocking. Everyone knows Requiem for a Dream, right? And then from there, he only got more like trying to be refined and stuff. But the thing is that honestly, you know, what's so like unsavory about his points of view tends to be, it's exemplified in the movie Mother. Like, it's terrible. Like, I mean, there are elements of it, again, like it's this thing of it's so bracing, but it's like, you know, I keep using that word, but that's like the word for Aronofsky. He's just very bracing, and like, but it's so, the ending is so just like disturbing and disgusting that it's just completely unnecessary. And I mean, it's harrowing, but at what cost, right? It's the definition of a mixed bag, and that's why there's such mixed reception towards it, because it's kind of an evil film. Like I said, it's like his own kind of fucking satanic rewriting of the Bible or something. It's fucking evil. But he even said himself, he's like, I was in a dark time when I made that movie. You know, he kind of is a little bit of an edgelord. I mean, I know Ahmed, for example, he comes in here, he doesn't like Aronofsky at all, and was kind of almost giving me, I remember a while ago, he was kind of just like, oh, well, you're not that pretentious or whatever, because you like Aronofsky or something, right? Because it's like plebe cinema or something. And I mean, I don't think it's quite plebe cinema, because there's not much else like it, but The Wrestler is really good. You know, Black Swan is good. Yeah, but he's basically got those like 4 great movies, in my opinion. I just like Pi as this, you know, black and white mathematical horror thriller. I don't know, it's cool. I've never seen any other movie like it. Like I said, the only stuff I can compare it to is something like Eraserhead. And in my opinion, they're probably about as good. Eraserhead just has it beat a little bit in terms of like, I don't know, maybe somewhat the audio visual experience of it, but on the other hand, I mean, they're about the same in my opinion. And it's just the originality fact, you know, because it came first, of course, by like 21 years. Well, you could say 20 years, because I guess Pi was probably filmed in 97, so. Oh, well, I guess Eraserhead was filmed in 76, and Pi was filmed in 97. So I guess it would be. Basically, Pi came 21 years after Eraserhead, so. It's still good, though. It's just yeah. That's kind of my rant on. Sorry, I meant to say. That's kind of my rant about Aronofsky. That's kind of my rant about Aronofsky. He's like. You know, I'm not reaching for his work these days. Put it that way. I mean, indeed, you want to make some comparison to Lynch. Like, Lynch is way better. But, you know, Pi has that sort of interesting and based quality, in my opinion. But, you know, that's why I say I think it's his first and best film. You know, after a while, it's just like, we get it, dude. Like, you're fucking, like, evil. Like, fuck you, right? But, like, I don't know. He might not. Maybe he's not as bad as like Gaspar Noé or something. I don't know. Gaspar Noé, right? But well, even Gaspar Noé didn't do the last 20 minutes of Mother. Ridiculous. And people just don't know what pretentious means. Aronofsky is pretentious and Lynch isn't, right? That's what I agree. I agree with that. That's what people say too. I mean, not so much the Lynch part, I guess, but people say that Aronofsky is pretentious, totally. And I would say that you could follow that up by saying Aronofsky is pretentious and Lynch isn't. Funny enough, that was the sort of quote unquote intellectual critique, for example, with Mother, right? Like people just thought, you know how it is. Like it was kind of like people wouldn't just outright say. I've seen people echo this sentiment, but it would basically just be like, well, not this specific sentiment, but it's this critic thing of like, it's like they're not going to say like, oh, this is like satanic and evil. It's like, no, this is just egotistical and pretentious. You know what I mean? And I know that those are kind of like quite different things, except of course, I guess being egotistical, but pretentious too in a way, because it is a kind of evil in some sense. And just with regards to, I mean, like being, because I tend to think of pretentiousness as being like false or like trying to like, it's, I was talking about it earlier in the word almost being like pretend, but of course it does mean something like and no pun intended, right? I don't know, a holier than thou attitude, or like trying to, or an elitist attitude. I think that's the best word for it, right? And I mean, it's like you can say what you will about Lynch, and he may like, like Eric, for example, taking issue with his stuff, his thing about, oh, you haven't seen a movie. If you watch it on your fucking telephone, get real. Like, I mean, it's like, it's, first of all, it's kind of true, but I mean, you know how Lynch is. So the guy, and it makes me think of the word pretense. Like, I don't know. People just, they call it pretentious because like they don't get it, and it's weird and people don't get it, so they call it pretentious, Yeah, again though, I like the Gallo thing of just like, people were making weird movies before David Lynch, you know what I mean? But the fact of the matter being that, like, yeah, sure, maybe he has sort of pretentious elements, but the thing that people, yeah, Aronofsky, he'd get critiqued for being, I think even before Mother, like, that was a sentiment that I was honestly kind of unfamiliar with. It was actually Ahmed who like kind of brought that to my attention, but it kind of all tied it together for me, realizing, yeah, this guy really does have this like weird infatuation with religion. And I think the egotism and the pretentiousness comes in with his sort of like hubris, and thinking that he rewrites the Bible essentially in Mother to say, basically, my like sort of pithy review of it is basically just being like him saying God is a mean man, and like I said, he did say he was in like a dark place when he made it ever, but I'm telling you, man, the last 20 minutes are horrible. And I mean, it's just kind of dumb too. Like it's bracing and everything, but it's also just kind of dumb. Like that's why people hated on it. Jennifer Lawrence actually got like a Razzie for it, and they were dating at the time. Like it's just fucking weird, It's like, just look at Aronofsky. He kind of looks like an evil fuck. I'm not trying to hate too much, but I just feel like it's like, honestly, Pi is amazing, but like Mother is kind of awful, but it has enough like interest. It's interesting at points, but like it had me feeling so bad for the Jennifer Lawrence character. I will give it that. Like it's crazy. Like, but then you just like read about it, and it's like it's all about like Mother Earth and Mother Nature. It's and blah blah blah. Rewriting the Bible. God is a mean man. Stupid. And that's the funny thing. My like hunch about it, kind of. Well, not, I don't want to say hunch to like belittle it, right? But like My intuition about the situation is a lot like it's it's like, yeah, they're not gonna say, oh, like this shit is evil. They're gonna say like this shit is pretentious. It's like, yeah, but because it's fucking satanic as fuck. It's like evil. I said that kind of funny just then, but you know, evil though. I wonder what Sam would think about it. Like he thought like Irreversible was evil. He thinks Gaspar Noé is evil. um, I could totally see that. Um, even Irreversible though is like maybe at least a little bit better than Mother, which is like ridiculous to say, but I don't know. They're close, but Irreversible might be a little bit better. Mother just suffers from just like that modern nonsense. Like it just looks awful, you know. At least like the early Aronofsky stuff. I don't know what it is. Like it's on film at the very fucking least, right? Like Requiem for a Dream looks fucking cool. Okay, I don't care what anybody says. It's just this music video style. I understand that like it's harrowing. Obviously, it's fucking harrowing. I don't put it on for fucking pleasure, but it's like it's music video cinema. Okay, you know, Pi is great. Requiem for a Dream is great. The Wrestler is great. Black Swan is great. I haven't seen The Fountain. I've heard it's mixed. I think Boba Fett likes that movie. He did that movie Noah, which is weird. I don't know what is going on there because again, the religion infatuation, wherein something about Noah's Ark, but I think again he has this sorry, I don't mean curse, but you know, he's just hubristic thing of like it's my version of Noah, right? And then we start getting a little skeptical here, right? And then of course, finally he just comes through with the ultra evil mother, you know what I mean? And it's just like, what the fuck is going on here? But like, yo, my like review of that though, legit, just like him and J Law just like splattering blood on the canvas, like in just ridiculous. But of course, for whatever it's worth, I don't know if there's ever been. I mean, it's a little bit like what's the word? Like shock, like unnecessarily shocking, like the ending. But ugh, God, it's awful. But like at the end of the day too, there's this element of like, I guess it made me feel so like viscerally repulsed or something that, well, the whole film it's just so visceral, like but it's the kind of thing that like feels fucking evil. So I'm just saying, I don't think it's like I don't know if it's necessarily like a good reaction by any means that it stirred up in me especially by its end. But I felt like because it's so bracing and like because I felt so bad for Jennifer Lawrence's character, it's like part of me wants to say it's still almost kind of a mixed bag, but it's definitely not good. You know what I mean? And like I said, especially the last 20 minutes, fucking horrible. Genuinely evil. The soundtrack is amazing. Talking about The Fountain, the soundtrack is amazing. Yeah, thing is, I still to this day I have no idea what The Fountain is about. I just feel like I was just like, wow, man, he really like outed himself with that one, you know? I mean, like, bruh, Darren Aronofsky is evil, like literally. So I'm gonna say like literally truth and reality, but like I don't know though. Gaspar, no, I can go tit for tat. No, there's so many people, but I feel like he has had his high watermarks, and that he is a king of visceral cinema, but that he is like, especially in Mother, you know, he just kind of outed himself as like way too willing to indulge in evil. Like, and I just feel like Pi is worth watching, especially for its like the impetus, right? And sort of just kind of like the begin, the sort of like, it's very like Ni in that sense too, even in his own career. It's like the archetypal like blueprint of his own bizarre like Ni infatuations, right? Um, it's kind of like, you know, peak like schizophrenic cinema kind of, you know, is, you know, Pi. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily recommend it to people in a, I don't know, maybe in a particularly fragile mental state, but I sort of feel like it's detached enough and sort of not detached, but like it's just, it's like over the top enough and like dated enough at this point to not so much be maybe the harrowing watch that it was when it first came out, but it's still pretty harrowing. And but to me, again, I'm mostly struck by the style, like, because it just looks and sounds pretty good, at least for like a psychological horror slash thriller, you know, that's like super. Like I said, all I can say is it's just bracing. It's like always the word that I come back to describe him. Or you know, to describe his work. That's the word I come back to describe his work. Well, what runs afoul of your meh, in a sense? Well, first of all, Carmen Swim says, "Hey, I guess Mother is about climate change." Yeah, literally, it's about everything. It's about everything. It's about, I mean, whoever says, "Law, what runs afoul of your meh," in this sense? What is this indulgence in evil? I know. I feel like I knew someone was gonna. I know he was gonna be pressed on it a little bit because like I'm hyping it up. I mean, so yeah, I meant to say because yeah, I'm definitely. I knew I was gonna be pressed on this because I'm definitely hyping it up a lot, but I mean, I just couldn't believe that they fully, quote unquote, went there, so to speak. Like, I mean, what do you guys want me to spoil it? It's pretty fucking it's pretty fucking awful. But I mean, I will spoil it. Give a Mother recap about how fucking evil it is. It's just that the last 20 minutes are so horrible. It's just that basically it's giving this like I don't know how to describe it other than saying giving like a all right, like I mean, I guess the thing is like is it it's not that it's necessarily glorifying the satanic evil that it presents, but I mean, in essence, like it is a film criticizing God, calling him a mean man, and like seeming to invoke Jesus Christ in a way with, and then this horrible ending. Okay, yo, honestly, I could do a pretty good analysis of it. Like, if you want me to just like pop off real quick, because it's kind of like it's kind of interesting in a way. The thing is that it's so horrible, but it is also, I mean, this guy fucking went insane. You know what I mean? It's fucking evil, but I'll explain it. I mean, and I'll try to be concise about it. Like what's the I mean, it's just so much symbolism, you know. And I run amok, so to speak. I think like was actually Master Bobby who said that Eric said that. All right, so I'm gonna give my like rundown of it. Well, yeah, but it's just that it's not necessarily saying that it's good. It's just so convoluted in his own like pessimistic nonsense, right? That it really winds up being just exactly what it appears to be, which is this just kind of just this like this satanic evil. So I'm just gonna tell you guys. Yeah, spoiler alert. I'm going over the movie Mother right now. And of course, in the end, spoiler alert, there is a horrible ending. But anyway, all right, so it's a lot to try to explain, but basically like what happens throughout the movie is like there's this like it's Jennifer Lawrence, right? And Javier Bardem, you know, the guy who played like Anton Chigurh in No Country for Old Men. And so already by the way, right? You're playing like a classic villain. He's kind of just like evil. But in this movie though, I mean, you're basically meant to think like without this context, mind you, it actually you might watch it and be like, what is going on? But first of all, if you read about it after 2 seconds, it makes sense. But especially if you know stuff about the Bible and stuff, you'll be like, oh, right. So, like, essentially, here's what happens, okay? So they're living in a house together, okay? Yes, man and woman. The guy, so it's Jennifer Lawrence and Javier Bardem. Javier Bardem is a writer, okay? A creator, right? So he's a writer, right? And there are a lot of like surrealistic touches in the movie. It has this way of being like, I mean, for the first like half of it, I was like, this is a little bit slow, but at the same time, I'm like, I'm kind of into this. Like, this is strange and interesting. So like, so basically, how do I explain? So, okay, so then Ed Harris and I think it's Michelle Pfeiffer. Am I right about that? It's Michelle Pfeiffer comes through, and it's like the guy Ed Harris is like a fucking dying old man, and like they're here, okay, him and his wife, but he's like fucking sick and dying, and so Jennifer Lawrence, okay, gives this like fucking. I mean, I thought it's crazy that she got like a Razzie for it, but it's like pretty impactful, to be honest. I mean, again, I felt really bad for her. She's getting like constantly ignored, okay? This mother figure, right? Mother and father, although of course they don't have a kid, but we're gonna get to that, okay? And I don't want to get too mired in the details, okay? But like, because basically it's a very distinct, 3 acts of it, and it devolves into evil, wherein essentially when this older like couple, especially with the much older sick and dying man essentially what happens is first there are like a Cain and Abel figure. There's like 2 brothers that come through, and meanwhile Jennifer Lawrence is just being horribly ignored, right? And she's just like, no, like, don't do that. Like, why are people this like this horror, there's like this psychological horror that you're like feeling as the viewer of like, there are intruders in my house. Like, there are people in my house. I don't want them here. I don't know these people. And my husband, right, whatever, right, this guy, this Javier Bardem writer guy, is being like incredibly like overly kind to them, and just being like, oh my God. And it's like, okay, well, like now we have to. So anyway, what happens? Cain and Abel happens in their house. Okay. And he like, one of the brothers like whacks one of them over the head. Okay. And then one of the brothers dies. Right? So now fucking they're poor Jennifer Lawrence here did Javier Bardem and his whole like sincere writer bit. Like, again, there's kind of surrealism. I mean, there is like a bit of dark humor. Like, it's not lost on me, but it's just incredibly dark and evil, and you'll see why. So like ultimately it's like, oh my God, we feel so bad, right? So like we gotta have like the funeral and like blah blah blah. It's just like, oh my God, like get these people out of my fucking life, right? Like who the fuck are these people? Like, just these uninvited people. So anyway, it's like, well, like, but I get it, right? And like, we get it as the audience. Like, oh, well, like they're going through this trauma. We have to at least see them off. So the writer guy, but it turns into this deep nonsense with the writer, right? The husband, and he winds up being like, I'm so like inspired. He's like really like inspired by like their, I don't know if you want to say like their suffering or whatever, but anyway, he just kind of is like, I owe it to them and like their trials and tribulations. Like I feel so good. I'm just so happy about it. Blah, 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 right? Now, then what happens somewhere in the middle, okay, is the wife still, Jennifer Lawrence, right? She's like, I'm so happy for you, blah, 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 blah. But the whole time there's this, like, horrible sense of neglect. And there's, like, this weird moment where, like, Michelle Pfeiffer comes in and she's like, you're fucking, ignored, aren't you? Or, like, something. I don't know. And it's just this, like, weird vibe. She's like, huh? Like, what? Who are you to, like, make these criticisms? And basically, you're just feeling horrible for Jennifer Lawrence. And then, like, there's just this whole time, it's just so horrible to her. And so, like, so then she finally confronts the husband, right? And she's like, you're doing all this shit, you're letting all these people in, like, what's going on? You know, I'm sick of it. And you've been paying no attention to me. And she's basically like, and then she kind of like drops the big bombshell, right? It was basically just kind of like, you won't even make love to me, right? Or whatever, right? And then there's this like whole dramatic thing of when then Javier Bardem takes her upstairs, and then they don't like show it or anything, but they basically, it's basically they have sex, okay? Now finally, okay, so this is like halfway through the movie, right? And now finally we're given a bit of, what's the word? Respite? We're given a bit of respite. There's like sun coming through the window. Okay. It's like and I'm starting to think, I'm like, oh, it's kind of an interesting movie. Like, let's see what's going to happen here. Right. So she gets up. Okay. We're finally like happy, right? We kind of like, oh, and the couple and they're together now. And okay, we're good again. After all this insanity, right? It's like, we're still fine. Cause like, I remember almost like laughing when like the brothers come through and one of them kills each other. It's so random. And you're like, whoa, what is going on? Like, if you don't know this stuff, you're kind of just like, whoa, it's very bracing. So, but finally we get this respite here. She's in the bed with him, right? Okay, and then now finally it's like we get kind of act 2 going on here where she's, I'm pregnant, right? Okay, so here we go. Well, so it's at this point that I personally start to wonder, okay, where's it going to go from here, right? I'm like nervous, right? Well, guys, it only gets evil from here. Okay, she's pregnant, right? Now, mind you, Mother, okay? Yes, Mother Earth and all of this stuff, but also Mother Mary, okay? Okay? We're talking about God. We're talking about the writer symbolizing God. Keep this in mind as we go into the third act here. Okay, so it's pretty simple from here on out, though, honestly, because 2 major events happen that I'm going to cover in the absolutely evil second half of this movie. First, what happens is Javier Bardem, writer guy, right, makes his book, okay? He publishes a new book, and it's, like, inspired by all of this stuff and whatever, and but he becomes a bestseller. And again, it's this, like, darkly comic, like, it's ridiculous how famous he gets, because suddenly people are literally lining up at the door of this house, this, like, fucking nightmare house, where, honestly, the whole time you feel like, this is just a nightmare. Like, this movie is a nightmare, I don't know if I've ever even seen a movie so close to a nightmare as this movie, which is saying a lot, I mean, I've seen a lot of movies, in my opinion, I think, and it's like, this is probably one of the closest things to an evil nightmare I've ever seen on film. Okay, so what happens, though, it's like, it's still good, honestly interesting, and it's very bracing, because what happens is a shitload of people come through, and who but actually Kristen Wiig from Saturday Night Live shows up, and there's actually a bit of like comic relief, so to speak. It's again very darkly comic, but she winds up getting wiped away. There's a whole, basically the home invasion element here winds up being so overpowering. People are like, there's people everywhere, and I mean everywhere. They're camping out. They're huge fans of the writer, basically God, right? So here we go, right? Well, so what happens? Basically, like, fucking war breaks out. And it's just like insane, like, combat footage of like poor Jennifer Lawrence, like in the house, right? Okay, there's people everywhere. They're fucking breaking the sink. She's like, hey, don't do that. She's being ignored, and fucking the writer, she's like, how is it? Javier Bardem, it's just a fucking nightmare. Like, he's like, oh, they're here. They love my work. Hey, it's amazing. And she's just like, having a fucking panic attack. And then, of course, going through the house, people are fucking everywhere. There's like a kid. He's like pissing his pants. And she's like, oh, go in the bathroom. Fucking, oh, don't do that. There's like people hooking up on the sink. It's horrible. And so anyway, the fucking house is a disaster. And then finally, though, like police come through and everything, and like war breaks out. There's like SWAT teams and fucking helicopters and shit. It really, at this point, is you're just like, it's almost comical, but it's also enough to, weirdly for me, it was very impactful. I was like, oh my god, this is fucking harrowing. You know, like this is hell. Like this is literally hell. Right? So anyway, to get to the point here, it gets worse. I'm sorry, you guys. It gets worse. Like, what happens is that basically, it's all this war, you know, her tear-stricken face and everything, right? Oh my god, this movie's horrible. And then, like, so what winds up happening is, and mind you, she's pregnant the whole time, right? So she's trying to just, like, survive. And, like, the guy, she sees, like, a fucking army guy come in, he gets his fucking head blown off, like, real quick. It's ridiculous, right? And he's like, this is the whole time. It's just like, right? Okay. Finally winds up at the end of this, like, trench warfare, like, in her own house and on this fucking, in the acres of land surrounding it, right? And 202 April 202 422 22, so good. Now it's 203, so good. But anyway, okay, I'm almost done here. Finally, okay, she's like helped some people. There are at least like some fucking people, like, right, no pun intended, but like, thank God, right, who are like, they're like, oh my god, like, she's pregnant, right? And there's like a, you know, I don't know, it's probably, I think it's just like some black woman or something. Well, Kristen Wiig gets like ripped away. That's kind of funny, right? A little bit of this darkly comic relief here. So it's like, but then it's like, I don't know, it's some black woman helping her out, and then finally she finds Javier Bardem, right? And he at least has like the good sense or whatever to, he's like, oh my god, my wife and my child, right? Okay. By the way, mind you, there's a strange thing about, like, in the writer's room, he's got like a diamond. I'll get to that in a little bit, okay? He's got this like fucking diamond on the wall or whatever, okay? So, right, Jennifer Lawrence is being horribly abused, right? Finally, though, this poor pregnant woman, she winds up, you know, in the arms of these people. Oh, it's like, thank God. And like, literally God, right? Like, saving her, right? The husband saving her, bringing her. Okay, she's in the bed, okay? Okay, now this is the final 20 minutes that I'm talking about here that's so evil, all right? Okay, you're like, oh God, okay, thank God. She is okay, and now she's going to have the baby, okay? So she has the baby, okay? Right, okay, you guys, yep, she has the baby. Mind you, by the way, this stuff is very inspired, I think, by, like, the movie, like, Rosemary's Baby, to the point that even the poster, like, echoes the original, the original poster. But it's way worse, somehow way more evil. Because what happens is, okay, I'm just gonna say it outright. She gives birth to the baby, okay, and then Javier Bardem goes, oh, it's a baby. I can't help but I can only get through this by approaching it with some element of humor. So you'll have to forgive me, because it's so ridiculous and evil that it's like, it's kind of funny that to explain. And some people, look, there is some bad CGI, there's a little bit of detachment, but what happens is so horrible and evil. They take the baby, okay? So it's like, all you're thinking, right? I mean, you're literally praying, like, you're like, please God, just like, let her and the baby be okay, right? Fuck you, Aronofsky. This is why he's so evil, right? This is why he's so satanic and evil. He's like, and what Javier Bardem, aka God in Aronofsky's evil Bible, right? He takes the baby, right? Again, basically symbolic of Jesus Christ, right? In this fucking, sorry, I don't mean to curse, but, you know, in this evil perversion of the Bible, right? And so essentially he's like, oh, and you're like, no, like, don't go anywhere, right? With the baby. Oh, and they go there. I mean, they go right there. They really go right there. I can't even believe that this shit was like allowed to be made, because he takes the baby out. Okay, it's like, she's like obviously skeptical though, like, as are we. Again, I mean, you were really like in the point of view of this poor woman the whole time, and of course, like, so she goes out. What are you doing? What's going on with the baby? Okay, he's carrying the husband has the baby at this point, but he passes it over to this like big mass of the crowd, all the people that are still there. Like there's still people in the fucking house, right? Everywhere. And they're all like followers of his, right? So he passes on the baby to the people, and you're watching this baby basically be crowd surfed, and my God, it gets more and more turbulent, right? And it's just like, and again, it's like CGI kind of, but it's still pretty bad. It's like basically the baby gets like ripped apart, and it's and it's just like, why? Because they're basically, it's being handled, it's peeing, it's horrible. The baby's like pissing, and then sorry, I didn't mean to be crude, but the baby's peeing, and the mother and you're watching, and you're like, no, stop, and the fucking, I don't mean to curse, but the baby gets like ripped apart. Basically, you see it's like, oh, and you hear the cracking noises, and it's just like, oh, and it gets worse. What happens basically is mother, right, goes through the crowd to get to the very end of it. What happened to the baby, and you see what can only be described as like a fucking disgusting, like, brief shot basically of like some kind of carcass that doesn't even look like anything, right? It's just fucking it's just like a mass of blood and flesh, and it kind of focuses, and you're in this thing of her seeing it, and what, and then there's this like satanic priest, I kid you not, like this guy, right, and it's all red, everything is hell, right, and he's like, it's okay, he's returned, you know what I mean, like he's given back to the people, and you know what they do, all the people are eating the baby. Okay? They're eating pieces of the baby. Now, I will tell you, I've never felt so like impacted by this moment. This was a very impactful moment in my opinion. Jennifer Lawrence grabs a shard of glass. She lets out, she's like, no, right? I mean, it kind of, I'm not trying to be like corny here, you guys. Like it brought like it brought genuine tears to my eyes, because she grabs a shard of glass and she starts just stabbing people. Okay? It's kind of fucking awesome, because what happens is she starts stabbing people that are eating the baby, and and it's like, but it's annoying. I was annoyed though, because I realized one of the people that she stabs is a kid. There's like a kid there who's obviously been, I don't know, brainwashed into this situation. It's like, but really Aronofsky, you had to make one of the people that she fucking stabs a kid too? Like, can we at least get some justice? That was what really pissed me off. Like, and not to be funny about it, but talking about being like autistic, it's like, my autistic fixation was when I was like, because it was very disturbing and disgusting to me, but I was like, man, so, because I wanted to see what people said about it on YouTube, and granted, a lot of people say that too, but, and basically it's satanic and evil, but, someone pointed out, they're like, that's a kid right there, and she stabs. That's fucking stupid, right? Anyway, though, that fucking feeling, right, of like the revenge, I'm like, ugh, right? So she's fucking stabbing him, right? And it's kind of amazing, give or take that kid, right? And then she's like, no! And right? Okay, so then there's just like it's kind of amazing in a sense. It's fucking evil, but it's kind of amazing. She goes to there's like an incinerator, like a thing in the fucking basement. I don't know, it doesn't even really make sense, but it's basically rigged to like explosives, Don't ask me, right? I forget what the deal is there, but basically for whatever reason there's fucking an explosion there. So then Jennifer Lawrence gives the big line that really actually is very very impactful. Like, she's like, I gave you everything. Oh, it's kind of chill inducing. It's like, it's the kind of thing I almost want to like this horrible evil movie for being so like chill inducing and impactful. But okay, she goes, I gave you everything, right? And then Javier Bardem is sitting there, and he's like, we need to forgive them. Well, and anyway, I don't know what order it happens, but basically he says like he's basically like she's like, what have they done? What have they done to my baby? You know what I mean? And she's in hysterics. Oh my god. And you know, basically Javier Bardem, the kind of like final nail in the coffin, of course, is him being with her and smiling, right, and being like, it's okay, it's, you know, we have to forgive them. So she said, we have to forgive them, right? I mean, so he says we have to forgive them, right? And she is like no. No, but basically we are like no, basically, right? And you know, it's a very fucking clever film, Aronofsky. You know what I mean? But seriously. Anyway, though, for real, I mean, you know, it's fucking evil, but it's clever, you know. I mean, it's clever, but it's evil. Like, you know, she goes, sorry, what was it? He goes, right, we have to forgive them. And I don't know what she says. She basically says, like, you're insane or you're evil or whatever, right? And then she proceeds to, I don't know in what order, the whole thing of that I gave you everything. That's kind of like the money line, if so to speak. To me, at least in my opinion, that could be like the tagline of the movie. You know, I gave you everything, right? Like the fertile mother, right? The land, the Mother Earth, Mother Mary, all of this, right? And so saying I gave you everything, right? And so it's kind of you know, it's fucking metal. This is it's funny you would say metal, Jonathan, because when I watched the end of this, I thought the four words that came to mind were scorched earth, black metal. Right? Pretty good, right? Pretty good review. I mean, it's like, for as evil as this fucking movie is, it's pretty good review. And the fact of the matter is here's what happens at the very end, okay? Amazing summary. Like I'm talking about my summary. I'm saying amazing summary. I'm just being funny, but it's good. And okay, she explodes the fucking house and everyone in it. Okay, and it's just a massive explosion. Everyone fucking dies, and you see Mother like basically charred. You know, like she's like burning and charred, but we like see her face, and like I'm pretty sure she smiles. You know what I mean? Fucking like metal as fuck, and I mean it's fucking pretty impactful. But like again, right? It's like I can't escape that word, impactful. But you know, so she's like I mean, you know, for better or worse. You know, it's like it's still not necessarily good to me, especially not good with a capital G, but I mean, my god, right? Brutal, like just like just scorched earth black metal. So it's she's charred and burned and everything, and she's smiling. And so then ultimately there's this, so basically the weird ending, or the like what is kind of like, and it makes sense when you think about it, like symbolically. Basically we see she actually like isn't dead yet somehow, and basically the husband, she like awakes, or right, and he's like carrying her amidst the rubble and the wreckage and everything, you know, and he's still fucking alive, right? Okay, well then, of course, we understand, right? He's God, she's Mary. You know, he's holding her, okay? And she's just like, she literally says, like, what are you? Or something like that, right? It's kind of good, right? She's just like, what are you? And then I don't know what he says. He says some nonsense, basically. The kind of thing that people think is pretentious, right? It's because it kind of is, right? But I don't know what he says, but he might as well just say, like, I am God, right? Let's just say he says that. I don't know, right? He says, I am God. So he goes, and then, so whatever, right? And so she basically, what happens is he does this, like, thing where she, like, turns to ash, but then, so she died. Oh, no. She takes out her heart, okay? And, right, literally, give you my heart, right? All right, she rips out her heart. She gives him the heart, and it like turns into ash or something. It's like a black heart, you know? But then he condenses it into a diamond, okay? So, like I said, there's a diamond like that he has placed in his writer's room, you know? And, right, like the whole time we're kind of like, oh, what's up with that? This little artifact that he has, right? This writer, this creator, right? Well, it's God. And these are his little diamonds. Because what happens is he condenses into a diamond. You're kind of like, what? But then the next shot, you see the final shot of the movie is fucking some random lady, some random new woman. Basically, there's a woman in a bed, right? And it looks kind of nice. It's like, oh, it's nice again. What's going on? What's going on here? And you see a woman in the bed that kind of looks like Jennifer Lawrence from behind, you know? And it's like, but then he says something from the other room. He's like, honey, then there's some symbolic thing. I forget what exactly she says, but basically she turns and it's a new woman, right? So the cycle continues. And so essentially she says something like, she says something to him like, stupid. It's like, honey, I'm home. Like, I don't know. I forget what it is. Ridiculous movie, right? And then it goes to credits. Fucking roller coaster ride, right? So I wanna we're doing a deep dive. Yo, you guys got me going. This is kind of fun, even though it's like evil. But I'm curious what you guys think about that. Basically, Jonathan gets it exactly right. I mean, it's like, yeah, so the symbolic baby Jesus dies for the people, and then they perform the sacrament. I was thinking that, too, as I said it. It occurred to me before, but I was thinking it now as I said it, too. It's like, right, it's sacrament, right? Michelle Soavi. I need to check that out. I mean, I don't know if I need to check that out. Stuff with babies and stuff, you know? I actually liked Rosemary's Baby, believe it or not, okay? I mean, the reveal at the end there, right, is like, it's shocking without being graphic. This is just ridiculous. And people, I'm telling you guys, people would just do anything but to just admit that this ending is horrible and evil, right? And especially once you realize, like, oh, it's God and Jesus and Mary, right? Like, duh. That's so sad. He cheated on her, right? Just like, no, Mindy, you're missing the point here. I know it's a scary movie. We need to go through we need to go through the reception of it now. We got to do it now, right? I'm telling you guys, people be like, oh, it's pretentious. Oh, it's egotistical. I'm like, yeah, it's also satanic and evil. Fuck you. But again, bracing, impactful, you know, the kind of thing I was fucking... Bro, like, I had tears in my eyes by the end of it. Like, I know that that's, like, ridiculous. Some people be like, okay, you're being ridiculous because, like, she got a Razzie for that movie. But you want to know what I think? You want to know what my hot take is? I think people are bothered by this film. I think people are bothered by her performance because this is what the harrowing of hell looks like, in my opinion, you know? And I don't know if I've ever seen that depicted in a film. I think the closest film that I've seen to it, a movie that's actually good, a movie that's actually excellent, is Jacob's Ladder. Have you guys ever seen Jacob's Ladder? Excellent film. My God, though. I mean, it's literally Shakespeare compared to Mother, though. It's just, the thing about Mother, though, is that it's so... I mean, you know, it winds up ultimately, it devolves in pulp shock cinema, schlock nonsense. I mean, not necessarily nonsense, but it's definitely pretentiousness. I don't know, right? Pretentiousness, egotism, etc. But yeah, why Carmen Spim says, yeah, that is the difference, CJ. Sorry, what were you responding to there? I know, I'm sorry. I feel like I always do this with you. I'll be like, what are you talking about? I don't know why. It seems to be like mostly with you. I'm just curious, but like, yeah, just to like, you know, because I want to like keep up with the conversation. It's not just with you always, but I don't know. It tends to happen. I've noticed it a lot more tonight. I'm just like, keep asking Carmen's pimp. I'm like, what? You know, there's a difference, CJ. The difference between, you know, yeah, I don't know. Sorry. Right though, but the thing about her getting a Raz, yeah, that was my whole hot take on it though, is that people are actually bothered by it. You know? It's like, fuck you. You're bothered by this, right? It's not that her performance is bad. It's scary. Jonathan says, I mean, it's pretty clear to see what is being implied. Is it really satanic? I swear you could find a way to spin slumber parties as satanic. Do you mean you in general or me? I mean, my God. Oh, bro, don't even get me started on the Tate Manson thing. What are we gonna really? I don't. No, I'm just kidding. But right, dude, I hate that stuff. You know. Ugh. Oh, he says, "I am I." Right. Oh, of course, silly me. Basically the same thing, right? I am I. I think that's biblical. I am that I am, right? And mother was home. She's home now, right? She's dead or whatever. What does she say though at the end? I want to remember what the new a new mother appears in the bed and awakens, wondering aloud where him is. Like what does she say? Like she's like I don't know. Oh yeah, exactly though. It's like the gratuitous graphic shit versus just a baby dying. I know, like my god. Did he really have to go to that next level? I'm honestly surprised, like in the wake of like just the shit that 422 222 on 2022 right now. Amazing truth and reality. Okay? Boom! No, but seriously, that's the thing, bro. It's fucking evil. Fuck this movie. Nah, but the thing is like I said, I was so struck by the thing, you know, her, especially Jennifer Lawrence's performance. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. A little bit of this nonsense, okay, you guys? I have to like pull this up. Just because if no one's gonna talk about it, I will. I'm gonna get iced by the CIA. Glowies. Can you guys just even believe the load of bullshit with like Aronofsky? The things that these people will say, like just like to excuse their nonsense. You know, hold on. So, man, hold on. Yeah, it's just like, bro, like I can like tolerate a lot of stuff like in films and art, but please don't have a baby being eaten at the end, and please don't have it be like symbolic of Jesus. Ugh, come on, man. I literally Joe Biden, right? But like, come on, man. Dude, speaking of Joe Biden, right? I'm just kidding, but yo, that's what I was gonna say. I just remembered what I was gonna say. I honestly could not believe it's in a way. Maybe he's actually the least, you know, he's the last person you'd suspect is actually part of the satanic elite and everything, right? Or whatever, right? Because, oh, well, he wouldn't gonna, you wouldn't make a movie like this if that was what was going on, right? Or what is it? Yeah, okay, think again. Well, I don't know, right? But, I mean, my God, no pun intended, but, you know. Yeah, though. Okay, but what was my nonsense? I'm just kidding, but what was I saying? Like, that's so funny. Like, I'm having such a waning gibbous day today. Anybody else feeling waning in your energies and more gibbous-like in your ways? Oh my god. I'm actually reading that in Eric's voice, doing a voice. It was funny. I'm sorry. Not that I've seen... Look, it's just that I've never seen Eric and Mindy's Club in the same room. Don't call me suspicious. You know, maybe Enneagram 6 over here, you know what I mean? But just a little, you know, a little curiosity that I have. But I will say, Mindy, you're a lot nicer than that mean man, Eric. I tend to think. I think you have really good FE. What type do we think that Mindy is, though, for real? I know you're not Eric, Mindy. I'm just playing around. Because Mindy's definitely probably like an ESFP or an ESFJ or something like that, right? I mean, but she's very nice, though. We can all agree. Yeah, but I agree. I'm just having sort of a waning gibbous day today. Yeah, that was the other thing. That was the only thing missing from this movie would be like some scene of like moon worship. Some fucking moon nonsense, you know? Just, I don't know, have a woman howling at the moon at the end. Fuck it. Just everything. That's the thing that people would criticize it for, of course, too, right? It's just kind of like, basically, Darren Aronofsky goes apeshit. He goes fucking NI all over everyone's asses. Yo, though, I'm telling you guys, people will just say anything other than the amazing truth and reality of the situation. You know what I mean? Of the exactly though. Baby eating. I almost said Mindy eating because I was reading these two things. Baby eating's a full moon thing. Literally though. Mindy is ESTJ type 8. Wow. Right. Yes, she's very harsh and blunt in this manner. Oh my god, though. It's worse than that movie Hereditary, you know? Hereditary, though. Fuck Hereditary. The Witch is okay. Still kind of fuck The Witch. The Lighthouse is kind of good, though. I actually kind of like The Lighthouse. Robert Eggers has some new satanic shit out. The Northman. Caroline Polachek, though. She's doing some music on it. She's pretty hot. Well, we can get into that in a minute. But, yo, she's dabbling in the witchery, you know? I'm sort of irritated with her. I even saw a YouTube comment being like, haha, oh, I'm just, like, wondering, like, are you a witch? I'm like, LOL, yeah, you can be playful about it if you want, but, like, bruh. Yo, this bitch ain't playing. Yo, Caroline Polachek is mad hot, though. Just saying. Just saying, not playing. Oh, man, but she's always doing this nonsense. It's the gates and the moon and the wolf and the, you know, and it's the witchery. Come on. Right? We see it, it's there, it's brazen, it's occultist. We get it. so true and good, though. And yet no one will say. No one will say for some reason, right? Nah, dude, it's just... Nah, dude. Okay, you're gonna have to do better than that, you know? You can't just say, nah, dude. Nah, dude. You know what I mean? Anyway. Well, you know, they can all go, like, howl at the moon together and all that. I mean, I guess they basically... You could say, well, yes, these people, they cosplay witches and stuff, but it's like... Come on, man. Fucking Joe Biden all night tonight, right? I just keep saying, oh, come on, man. It's my thing. Am I becoming senile? Senile? I'm just gonna get senile. Like Jobin? Joe Biden? More like Joe Bidet, am I right? Fuck yeah, dude. Does anyone say that? Have people said that yet on the internets? Look at that, though. It's the Northman right there. Satanic. Sorry, I like to pronounce it like that, though. Satanic. Oh, yeah, no, it's satanic. But, like, legitimately Northman. I'm just like, okay, you know, not, you know, I'm not gonna see it. He's supposed to remake Nosferatu, though. This guy, Robert Eggers, like, I mean, that could be interesting. I'm sure they will just find a way to make it fucking satanic. Oh, it's the new game show. Is it satanic? Yeah. Welcome back. I'm your host, CJ O'Connell. Today we're going to play Is It Satanic? Alright? We are going to open the movie Mother. Okay, Darren Aronofsky's evil rewriting of the Bible. Starring Jennifer Lawrence in her Razzie-winning performance. We see her eyes immediately on the consensus screen here. It's an evil film. And we're going to play, is it satanic? Okay, well, you know, first of all, name of the movie's Mother. Mother Mary, okay. And then okay, I'm not going to get into this whole thing, right? But yeah. Look at that amazing truth and reality. Hey, did you guys understand that 68 critics and 51% audiences? Just saying. Amazing truth and reality, am I right? I love it, though, you know? Even the critics are like, see, I'm getting into this, though. Bear with me. I'm getting into it, though. The analysis. About to get fucking sniped by the fucking CIA, dude. By talking about the Rotten Tomatoes. You're talking about the critical reception for Darren Aronofsky's 2017 film Mother. Like, that's how I die. If I go tonight, put that on my gravestone. Really? It's a fucking weird, tragic achievement. Anyway. The point of my fucking rant is, dude, that it's like, bruh. I mean, yeah, it's like even the critics were like, I don't know about this. Still 68 though. Like we still love that evil shit though, right? But it's hey look, hey, it's cool, right? So, but the audiences are like 51%, right? It's just kind of like nah, mostly nah. Okay. I want to get into this though because it's honestly very interesting to me. I mean, you guys, my autistic fixation. This stuff interests me. Okay, so I mean, all of these people just, they'll say anything. Yo, though, but check it out, though. There is some amazing truth in reality. So good. Mother is what happens when a dude has an idea he thinks is brilliant and no one checks him on it. Darren Aronofsky wants Mother to have the intensity and inner logic of a sweaty nightmare, but it's a fake cinematic fever dream, the kind made by a director so self-conscious that he's always checking his own temperature. Yes and no. But that's also a negative review, obviously. It's negative. Those are two negative reviews here. Then we have... this guy. He says, from the Times of Israel, okay? Jordan Hoffman from Times of Israel. Top critic. Top critic. No, so he says, when you eventually... honestly, this is not bad. It's not bad for a blurb of the review here. Because it's like, did I not kind of hint at this? I wouldn't use the word brilliant, but he says, when you eventually see this, you may hate it, but you can't say it isn't brilliant. That's a take. Okay? That's a take. We're going to put it on the table. We're going to analyze it. I'm just kidding, but we're going to analyze it. This guy goes, or this chick goes, ultimately, you may be left pondering not so much the allegory as to why Aronofsky would want to push not just his audience, but his girlfriend through such an extreme ringer. But she gives it a 5 it's a fresh review and a 5 out of 5 review. Like, what? Yeah, no, she's literally saying, like, this is fucking sadistic. 5 out of 5. Fresh. Certified fresh, Rotten Tomatoes. Oh my god. I'm having a field day with this. This is fun. Getting my second win here. So, this guy, this chick, she goes, it's a rotten review. This is Aronofsky's acknowledgement of those he's hurt in his life, then it is grossly remorseless. Okay, that's a hot take. Like, whoa, okay. Yes, it doesn't, this fresh review, it doesn't all work. Long stretches, in fact, don't play at all, but it's formally impressive and deeply disturbing. And the mere fact that it exists at... Oh my god, this is the shit that it also gives me chills in a way, because did I not say this? And he even uses a religious word, testament. He says, it doesn't work. I basically said this, right? It doesn't all work. Long stretches, in fact, don't play at all, but it's formally impressive and deeply disturbing. And the mere fact that it exists at all is a testament to either Aronofsky's... See, he doesn't want to get at the evil here, right? But he goes, the mere fact that it exists at all is a testament to either Aronofsky's salesmanship, Lawrence's star power, or both. Yeah, and they're satanic and evil. You can't really say that. I want to get a review on Rotten Tomatoes, so I'm not going to say that. So this guy goes, well, whatever. I don't need to read every last one. We will read most of them, though, because this guy says, the anxiety-prone should beware. This might be a rough watch. For everyone else, quote-unquote, enjoy the ride. This person goes, the film is ugly, disturbing, and not for everyone. It's also fascinating, thought-provoking, and rich with religious allegories. Then the final review that I'll read here is this person says, it's a good thing that films as bonkers as this exist, ... Scarily 27, 4/27, 21, almost a year ago today. Look at this, though. See what the people really think, though? This person says it's an incredibly confusing piece of artistic douchebaggery. This person says one of the worst movies ever made in the history of cinema. This movie says the first half works. I actually agree with this. Basically, it's like the first half works. It's a home invasion thriller that is supposed to piss you off, and it does. What happens in the last 30 minutes of the movie, maybe some kind of metaphor for whatever. Well, he doesn't get it, obviously, but it's worse than you think. It's like maybe some kind of metaphor for whatever, and it's certainly gutsy to have a film go off the rails entirely like this. But any sane viewer should probably just laugh at how pretentious and ridiculous it all is. Is it memorable, entertaining, and maybe even fascinating? Absolutely. Is it artsy fartsy bullshit too? Oh hell yes. Yeah, literally, oh hell yes. Right, because it's fucking ridiculous. Right, this game is very bizarre, uncomfortable, and hard to watch at times, but I thought it was good. 4 stars, 1.5 stars. It's a chaotic mess, not worth it. This person was, went at it again. It was a good writer. It's incredibly confusing. Blah blah blah. It's a heavy-handed allegory about creation. You're disoriented. It's chaotic. Last thing is, mother is a chaotic mess. It's just not worth the aggravation. But we look on okay, and we see the reception. I mean, so the thing that's strange is 19 hours straight. Amazing. Yeah, I don't need to go into every last detail, of course. You guys can look into it yourself if you're interested. But it's like what? I don't even know if I read this until now, where he goes. Oh, he began working after 2014's Noah. Aronofsky began working on a children's film. That should not be the beginning of this production section of Mother. Okay, what? Right? Come on. After 2014's Noah, Aronofsky began working on a children's film. During that process, he came up with a new idea. He ended up writing the screenplay for Mother in 5 days, much faster than its usual pace. The film uses a dream logic narrative of which Aronofsky has noted he says if you try to unscrew it, it kind of falls apart. ... It's a psychological freakout. You shouldn't over-explain it. Right, don't over-explain it. Find out how satanic and evil it is. I mean, it's look, no doubt though, the guys get this authorship down. Over the closing credits, the film features a cover of Skeeter Davis's "The End of the World," performed by Patti Smith. I love Skeeter Davis. Skeeter Davis is Christian, by the way. "The End of the World" is an amazing song, but of course that's her biggest hit. And I like Patti Smith. Patti Smith's "Horses" is an amazing album. And actually, Bradford Cox from Deer Hunter, they incorporate this amazing live performance of nothing ever. One of their best songs, "Nothing Ever Happened," where they go into this he goes into the monologue from I think it's Land, horses, on man, what's it called? Yeah, horses / Land of a Thousand Dances / La Mer. Dang, I didn't know that. I think that means death or something. So scary. But then day at the end. Scarily truthed in reality. Yeah, anyway. Ugh. I know, I'm getting tired now. Yo, though. Anyway, it's word. But, yeah, I mean, it's this person gives it an F, a movie that goes out of its way to... it has a cinema score grade of F, which is extremely rare, it says. It's typically associated... Well, it says... What? The film is typically associated with, quote unquote, a movie that goes out of its way to artfully alienate or confuse audiences. Aronofsky responded to the film's cinema score rating by saying that Mother was meant to be difficult viewing for audiences. He says, how if you walk out of this movie, are you not going to give it an F? We wanted to make a punk movie and come at you. And the reason I wanted to come is because I was very sad and I had a lot of anguish and I wanted to express it. Words from the man himself. FI sentiments, so to speak. But, I mean, and then it's of course, I mean, it's a lot. It's an awesome reception section here. Oof. Sorry, I'm turn it back on. But yeah. That's funny. There's at least one thing here that says it was actually Richard Roper. Richard Roper of the Chicago Sun-Times rated the film 2 out of 4 stars, writing that while he appreciated Lawrence's performance, he questioned whether Aronofsky was mocking certain biblical passages featured in the film or presenting a commentary on an artistic process. Literally me! I'm telling you, everyone just... I mean, it's just like... I mean, yeah, just to say anything other than that. But... I understand those kinds of, like, moral judgments are, like, unpopular to make in this case, but I don't know. I mean, in any case, but it's just like... In this case, though, it feels apt. I mean, yeah, like, you know... These are awesome reviews. I can't even read every last bit of it. I'll just read the last two here. Chris Nashawati of Entertainment Weekly said Darren Aronofsky's mother. Wait, hold on. First of all, this person got at the truth and the amazing truth and reality of the situation. Someone says, similarly, the New Republic's Joe Livingstone stated that the film has, quote-unquote, no human center to hold it down. Well, I mean, Jennifer Lawrence is good, but, I mean, as good as she can be in this movie, like, in some sense evil, but, of course, she's, like, again, it's very harrowing and impactful. But, like, you know, as is the movie. But, basically, it's like, these last two reviews are pretty good. Chris Nashawati of Entertainment Weekly said, Darren Aronofsky's Mother is Rosemary's Baby amped up into a fugue state of self-indulgent solipsism. He's an artist, and he really wants you to know that he's been thinking a lot about what that means. Unfortunately, his gaze is so deep into his own navel that it's just exasperating. And finally, David Edelstein of New York Magazine shrugged off the film and any talk of its craft, writing, most of the dialogue and effects are clunky, repetitive, second-rate. And, yeah, indeed, there was... It won some awards, but it also... Again, I mean, you know, the Golden Raspberry Awards put Worst Director, Darren Aronofsky. Oh, yeah, Eric's premiere. That just came out of nowhere. Sorry, anyway. Well, that's good timing. Well, yeah, Golden Raspberries nominated it, at least. It didn't win, but it was nominated for Worst Director, Darren Aronofsky, Worst Actress, Jennifer Lawrence, Worst Supporting Actor, Javier Bardem. And he was also nominated for... This is Javier Bardem, in parentheses, also for the Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Men Tell No Tales. So funny. I thought to see also Begotten, an experimental 1990 black and white horror film based on the same biblical themes. There's that weird from Tied with Holly Hunter for The Big Sick. So annoying, but I've heard Begotten is good, but it's probably evil, right? Now, rate your music. I just wanted to point to one funny review, which was basically something like, "Is no one gonna talk about the ending?" Like, you know what I mean? And I was like, "Thank you." Finally, just like one person acknowledges the amazing truth and reality of the situation. You know. And I mean, you can find stuff like that in YouTube comments too. People talking about, "Oh, I knew like 2 people who were scarred by this and said it was satanic and evil." Yeah, I don't blame them. I mean, I'm just kidding. But like seriously, right? I mean, I can certainly understand, you know. It's no joke. Oh, satanic and evil. What do you want me to say about it? I still gave it 2.5 stars though. Isn't that funny? Because for me though, like 2.5 means average. So I could give it like a 2 if I wanted to be bear down harshly on its evil, but it's just so fucking impactful and harrowing that I felt like I had to give it a begrudging 2.5, because to me 3 stars is good. So I'm still in keeping with my, like, you know, morality in this sense, but that's basically the least, like, you know what I mean? Like that's like the highest rating I could give it. His mother was goofy to me. I mean, that's the thing. Like, it actually is goofy to a lot of people. I mean, your friend of mine was totally, for some reason, not, you know, he was just like, "Oh, it's stupid." Like, really? Is it stupid? You know what I mean? Oh, I know that, right? Isn't it lovely, dude? It's Sky Ferreira. Oh, so good. And I was like, get this evil off my screen. No, neutron flow. Saying the evil sounds fun. Like, you know, look, you'd be surprised, like, what I'm willing to tolerate in some regards when it comes to artistic expression and so forth, but fucking 2.5 stars for this, okay? You know? So good. This person who I'm subscribed to, I didn't even read this full review. They at least give it the full 3. And they say, "One of my children saw this at the cinema when it came out and said he had never been so aware of people walking out. Throughout the film, the theater emptied." Maybe they were expecting a horror film. At least that is how it is, but at least that's how it's advertised for its TV showing, and they ended up watching a religious allegory or a mystical eco-allegory or a something or other allegory. It is a film that constantly signifies, in quote, I like this, the alternate caps, big meaning, although I was never quite sure what it was, just like K. Well, he literally explains it. I mean, no, she literally explains it. Jennifer Lawrence explains it. It says, it depicts the rape and torment. He says, the film depicts the rape and torment of Mother Earth. I represent Mother Earth. Javier, whose character as a poet represents a form of God, a creator. Michelle Pfeiffer is an Eve. Ed Harris is Adam. There's Cain and Abel. And the setting sometimes resembles the Garden of Eden. And maybe she thought that out herself, but I presume she got it from Aaron. Clearly, right? I mean, it's like in the Jonathan keyed into. I mean, I was explaining it too, but of course, you know, I mean, you keyed into it right away, and you said it was fairly obvious. You know, I mean, basically, I think if you know anything about this stuff at all, you're like, you can't be able to. It makes me think of the word grok. You'd be able to grok the symbolism. Yeah, what was I gonna say though? Blah 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 blah. Just basically like. Oh yeah, well, like I just didn't read everything here, but it's okay. It's like, but it always seemed allegorical. According to Wikipedia, Jennifer Lawrence has kindly explained it. Someone picks her yeah, so basically, and it's like, yeah, so, right, and it just seems fairly easy to intuit, like Jonathan got it right away, basically. I forget exactly what I was going to say, but you get the point. Guys, posted on my birthday is Dog Cena 420, who I get the amazing and amazingly from. On my birthday this year, he says amazingly Mo. I don't know if he's just saying it like mother. He gives it 5 stars. That's funny. Actually, all of my friends have it rated higher than me. At least by half a star. I mean, but like, come on, man. I can't again with the come on, man, right? But the Joe Biden vibe. But I speaking of which, right? Of course, satanic and evil. Yeah, I can't in good conscience give this more than 2.5 stars. You know what I mean? This comment section is amazing. I fucking love Rate Your Music. Rate Your Music, of course, gives it a 3.15 out of 5 and a 3.70 out of 5 from friends. So, you know, Rate Your Music is much kinder to it, seeing the artistic value in it, nonetheless. But artistic value or shock value, right? I mean, you know, one can't deny its racing impact, but it's just a bit too disturbing and disgusting for my taste in terms of it's also just so over the top and ridiculous, you know? But I mean, especially I don't get why people hate on Jennifer Lawrence's performance because of course, I mean, she makes the movie. And you know, I mean, it's like oh God, though. Remember this? You know, then she gets like beat up and stuff at the end by the people too, and they call her a cunt and everything. Ugh, I don't even know. Sorry to curse, but you know what I mean. It's like, oh my God, it's fucking brutal, crazy, awful, evil. So I'm gonna say, but yeah, I like how he just goes amazing. Yes. Why Dog Cena 420 is like me, I guess, just like having a breakdown watching Mother. Mother exclamation point. Give it 1.5 stars for making me laugh a few times. Well, there is dark comedy present. I like the Ed Harris, Michelle Pfeiffer. Let's check out BB of Macon. I'm sure there are other movies that I just like haven't seen that are, you know, on a similar level. But I don't really like that's a side of movie that I don't really get into the you know the ones in which there is baby eating at the end and it's like symbolic of you know Christianity. I'm like, oh, it's awful, evil. But anyway, Jonathan says, all right, that's how this is night, guys. Well, thanks for bearing with me there, Jonathan. Is you know amazing truth and reality. I'm definitely about to head out soon, but got reverse polarity of the neutron flow coming through though, or the devils. Which is crazy. It's very heavy-handed in the symbolism. The full-on war breaking out was especially cheesy. Yeah, I feel that. I mean, it's hardcore, but it's like, yeah, it's very over the top. So I meant to say, yeah, it's very hard. It's very hardcore, but it's also very ridiculous. Shock art value. It did have those tone problems. You ever see The Cook, the Thief, his wife, and her lover? I mean, now that's a classic that I need to see. Like, yeah, I don't even like know what really happens in that movie. Like, it's a legendary name, you know, legendary film, but so it's a legendary title, it's a legendary film, but I don't really know what the vibe is. What's going on in that movie? What the heck? Who made the someone says LMAO that Evangelion poster? Like what? Oh, like Rosemary's Baby, the Ray's head. Because I have Evangelion stuff up right here. Um, right though, but no, it's from it's Rosemary's Baby. But that's funny. I never thought of that. Jeez, I wonder if that's intentional. Kind of weird. Evangelion does have weird stuff. There's a lot of religious symbolism. There's an infatuation there, but it does seem to end at a sort of, well, I don't want to spoil anything, but I don't know. I get positivity out of Evangelion in a sense. It's not necessarily. I mean, the end of Evangelion is amazing. It's just well, I think it comes through in the end, and it's aims towards good and God. It's just very what's the word, like um I don't know, what else do I say? It's very intense. The end of Evangelion is very intense. But it's probably one of the best. Like, basically, Neon Genesis Evangelion is probably one of the best shows I've ever seen, and the end of Evangelion is probably one of the best movies I've ever seen. There's stuff though that I mean, I recently watched like Fulci's The Beyond. You ever see that? It is has like that oddly good cinematography, like Lucio Fulci, you know? I mean, I watched the Gore Girls. That was kind of bad, but fucking, I mean, you know, The Beyond is pretty good. I mean, it's a little gross, and it's got that evil, sort of some evil elements, but it's knowingly, it's literally from the like Grindhouse releasing company. Like, what you're getting into with it, and the fact of the matter is like, I mean, it's basically just ridiculous and has amazing cinematography. So it's enough, at least for me, to like it to some degree. You know what I mean? But was Greenaway, though he's also, that's interesting. I'll have to look into him. But yeah, it's like it has a lot of nasty violence and pretty art. Interesting. That also reminds me of well, I mean, of course, you get Giallo stuff. I do love Suspiria, the original Suspiria, you know? I mean, it's, well, I guess, I don't know, maybe I won't say I love it, but I really like it. Amazingly colorful, and, just like amazing soundtrack, amazing visuals, amazing visuals, amazing soundtrack, amazing atmosphere. The remake I was kind of underwhelmed by, even though you had Tom York doing the score, right? But it's like meh, overly long, and yeah, like it's just like a bit much. I like the simplicity of the original. Dario Argento. I need to like check out more of his stuff. I also like this, not so much a like a horror as it is more of like a thriller, but it's Orgasmo. It's actually, or titled, actually, it's the original with an S, and it's actually called Paranoia. The alternate title is Paranoia. Paranoia Orgasmo. Really good, honestly. Amazing cinematography. Definitely a different type of vibe, but certainly it's Italian and it has a Giallo-esque atmosphere. Oh man, like what else? Well, in terms of like giallo stuff, I mean, well, yeah, I need to check out more Bava though. Yeah. Oh yeah, the Goblin score is amazing, right? I mean, like, bruh, legendary. It's like, now that's an now that's a very excellent horror movie, in my opinion. You know what I mean? I really love the movie Hausu. That movie, that's probably one of my favorite movies of all time. I only somewhat recently watched that. And I was amazed. Amazing visuals and score. And just everything, everything about it. It's actually like happy. It's like almost like a happy horror, and it's so hilarious too. Also, as much as I do enjoy the Evil Dead series, I actually like, you know, I actually really love, well, not love, but I really like Army of Darkness. Like, especially because they take out all of the truly satanic and evil elements, and it's way less dark and more light. It's way less evil and more good. I really like it. It actually might be my favorite installment in the series. Plus, it's easy. I mean, it's easily like the most outright funny. I like that. I mean, it's like, yeah, it's goofy too, but I don't know. I like it. I think it might stand the test of time well for me personally. Sam Raimi. I mean, everyone knows Raimi, but like pretty fucking good. Um, Deep Red. Need to check it out. I mean, I gotta get into Argento. Obviously, everyone like he's kind of like the Giallo king. Um, nice though, dude. Yeah, good stuff. It's good for early first. Ooh, Morricone score. That's pretty cool. His house is wacky. Yeah, that's what everyone says. I mean, I don't know. Give it another shot. It's sort of like it's the thing is about it. I will admit, obviously, yeah. It's a little bit over the top at points with the editing and stuff and the humor, but I don't know, man. It's like right up my alley. I think it's really amazing. Like I don't know what else to say. It very much so appeals to me. I know my friend Sam actually really likes that movie too. Um, in terms of like horror though, yeah, I mean, do you like? I mean, it's not so much horror per se, but like Lynch, of course. I love David Lynch, but you know, of course, I have to mention like Cronenberg. Like have you ever seen Videodrome? That's probably one of my favorite horror movies of all time. Well, there are a lot of if we're just talking about if we're just talking about straight up horror movies, there's a lot of films I could list, but um, like I do like a nice mixture, honestly, most times of like that kind of humor and horror. But one of my movies that one movie I've been focused on talking about a lot lately is the movie Man Bites Dog. Now that is a movie that, in my opinion, it's so, it's like ironically, what I kind of keep saying about it is that it basically is evil, but has ironically good aims. And like I actually think it's a great film. Um, I sort of put it in the. I kind of think that the trilogy, so to speak, is like Henry Portrait of the Serial Killer, Man Bites Dog, and Funny Games. Both versions. I don't care what anyone says. Okay, I saw the original. I saw the American. Like shot first. Henneke. Henneke's, shot for shot remake of Funny Games. With Tim Roth and Naomi Watts, like, bruh. And Michael Pitt and Brady Corbet and whoever plays the kid. So good. But, it actually, I hate to admit it wasn't even until, like, fairly recently that I watched the original. Well, and basically they're about as good in my opinion. People just want to hate on the shot for shot remake because it's kind of like, why? And it's like a US remake, but I mean, I would say they're both about as good. I suppose though that like the original has, well, first of all, it's the original, but it's also just like, it's like it has a little more of that vibrant film quality. Like, it's weird how it actually looks nice in a way. It's a lot lighter, but there's more darkness in the remake. I sort of feel like that. And by the way, another movie that I think, in its own odd way, right, like kind of evil, but it kind of is, has ironically good aims. The thing though is that it doesn't even have the scene. Actually, maybe no. I think it does have the scene, but I don't know. There's something about the U.S. version. I mean, it's because like it reminds me of like when I saw it when I was younger, when I was like a teenager, and I was like, oh man, it's crazy. Like, it did kind of disturb me in a sense. That thing of like when Naomi Watts is like going around to each house and she's like banging on the doors and just like no one's home. It's like, what the fuck? How is no one here? Right? It's just like that doom. I remember I had like a nightmare about it, but I didn't. It's the only movie I've ever had like a nightmare about, but it was very vague. I'm exaggerating because it was like very vague, but it was this thing of like got out of school and then I knew that like, quote unquote, the killers were gonna be there when I got home from school or something, and it was just sort of like, oh, scary. It was very brief, but I remember distinctly getting that from Funny Games because, I mean, it's like that feeling of doom, like inescapable doom, which that movie conjures quite well. I remember with the headlights and the street and everything, and she's like banging on the doors and everything. I don't know, that stuff gets me a little bit, but at the end of the day, the remake is like, I mean, they're both basically the same movie. I also like in the original you get the Futura font. And I love the score and the soundtrack. It's just like all classical music, and then John Zorn in Naked City with Bonehead and Hellraiser, bruh. Like jazz, like avant-garde experimental jazz metal. Like put me onto that. Like, bro, legendary. That's funny though. It's French. Of course you can call it quote unquote evil. I almost want you to elaborate on that, but I know what you mean, right? Like literally Vincent Gallo vibes, just like French, a language it was in French, a language I never want to speak. I mean, he's ridiculous. I don't know about him sometimes, but he's cool. I think he's good. But like I know you don't really like Funny Games. I don't know. I know that I've seen the sentiment even on TWFP. Someone was kind of like, "Oh, I feel like I'm getting like morally like scolded or something by it." I don't know. It's effective though. I think it's a little bit of an anti-horror. You know what I mean? Yeah, I never saw Piano Teacher though. Surprisingly, I seem to watch that. I need to watch that and what? Cache? Catch? Sorry, Cash. I think it has an accent on the E though, right? Cache. Did you see Man Bites Dog though? That's a great film. Nice though. Always good to hear Zorn. Based. Like his Ornette Coleman interpretations. I know. Can you even like believe his like dabbling in like grindcore with that stuff? Like what the? Not with obviously Ornette Coleman, but the guy is versatile. It's like say what you will. Man, that stuff put me onto that stuff though. Again, it's sort of like this thing, the marriage of like music and film. Like, I mean, like I understand like funny games and like the morality of the situation, but damn, like it's pretty good. And the fact is like that again, I was just saying earlier, dude, like always with it's always like these things with the music, with the marriage of like so many of my favorite movies and scenes in movies have to do with music. Music is basically yeah, I was saying they're basically the love of my life. But it's like incorporate that in film, bro. I'm trying to put that shit on wax. No, I'm just kidding, but I'm trying to like I don't know, that's a ticket for me. Music goes a long way for me in movies. Somebody say music goes a long way for me in films. Like, so I know what you mean though. In fact, I was actually going to say the same thing. It kind of it's a little bit like it becomes what it critiques to some degree. A friend of mine sort of had said the same thing at one point. Like, I mean, it just runs into that problem of like, right, it's kind of just like, you say, it is very, he wants to have his cake and eat it too. I'll make this gross movie, but you are gross for watching it. The thing about it that I noticed though is that while it is disturbing and it has elements of it that are kind of disgusting, of course, like, it doesn't like, trigger me in that way for some reason. You know, I mean, I don't know if that's weird, but it doesn't like, I mean, there are those few like staggering, like long takes, you know, but I see that stuff as kind of like artistic, and I can't help but to watch it from a sort of performance viewpoint and just sort of be like, wow. It's like a treatise on cruelty, you know what I mean? But it doesn't like elicit that same like disgust factor to me. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if like you find that. I don't know. There are just certain things that get me more than others. And like, while I can very much see, I guess it's like, this is a film about, you know, like cruelty and suffering. I'm just thinking also like, well, I don't know, for some reason, a lot of it doesn't like gross me out. You know what I mean? I mean, there are obviously elements, but I feel like it does just enough to like get its point across, you know? I mean, because when you think of, well, I don't want to spoil everything, but you know, because when you think about it, like all the worst stuff in it, like imaginable happen, not every last bit, but you know, a lot of horrible stuff, a lot of, well, literally, there's a lot of evil stuff happens in the movie. It's just that the way that it is carried out does so in this way that feels like so, I don't even know, almost like careful, and like I actually kind of appreciate and respect that. I mean, there's an odd restraint. Do you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't seem to somehow seems to not lapse into utter vulgarity, you know? Whereas, I mean, like, even Man Bites Dog does that. And Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer, right? Have you seen that? It's like, my goodness. The OG, right? Like, the sort of, you know, serial killer movies. I mean, right? It's exactly what it says in the title. I mean, almost downright irresponsible filmmaking. But at the end of the day, they each actually somehow get more and more morally good in some sense. Because it's like, first, you kind of like, we come first full circle. Like, I'd almost like to write a paper on that or something. Funny enough, cause there's studies of evil, of course, you know. I mean, none of them are as good as like A Clockwork Orange, for example, right? But it, like, in my opinion, but well, cause you know, I mean, that's like a full-fledged drama. But like, you know, the thing about, right, like funny games though, right? Is like, yeah, this odd kind of restraint in it where it's just enough that like needs to happen, you know? You might say though, if you wanted to make the argument that it doesn't, like if that's how I feel about it, well maybe it didn't quote unquote do its job properly or something, right? Like this whole, because I quite honestly never really understood the you're horrible for watching it and stuff. It's just kind of like, okay, true, but it is meant to make you feel like complicit in the process, and that's why it's artistically good. Like I don't know, like I was maybe not able to articulate it so coherently, but well, because you know it does have its elements of where I mean, you know, they're talking to the camera and they're doing these when the infamous remote scene, you know, and it's just kind of like, well, it's very on the nose in a sense, but like in a way that I can appreciate, to where I just always felt like, especially when I was younger, right? I was like, oh man, this is like an artistic masterpiece. But of course, you know, getting older now, and especially seeing the original, and especially finally seeing the original, and just thinking of them both side by side, I still think that they're very interesting, but and excellent, but they just, I do understand the critique, of course, that it becomes what it critiques in the sense. I do find though that there is an element of restraint. I like that it doesn't really go like full vulgar and graphic, you know what I mean? While still being disturbing and at points somewhat disgusting. It's just I don't like really, I just really, generally speaking, I don't really like gross out stuff. You know what I mean? It's like when we were talking about Mother, you know, for as horrible and evil as the stuff is, it's like, okay, but you didn't have to go full grotesquerie with it. Like I was saying that earlier. Like mostly the things, usually the things, especially in movies that I don't like, can be summarized as, it's like the two G's, either garish or grotesque. You know, most of the movies that I just straight up don't like, or at least can't quite call good, are usually, I mean, if there's not some satanic and evil elements going on, it's probably going to be something like that. It's just too grotesque and garish for my taste, you know? Because like even those movies, like the movies I'm talking about now, like I mean, they at least to me have like artistic aims or whatever, that, and moral aims that might even be kind of good. Maybe not so much Henry, but like surprisingly, I would say Man Bites Dog and even Funny Games. But I know what you mean about the moral high ground thing. I'm reading what you're saying here. Like Henry is cool. Like, well, hold on. So I guess maybe I'll need to read about what he like actually says. I kind of know what you mean though. Just like, wow, it's like shitty Hitchcock. That's funny. Well, he says Von Trier movies are very masturbatory like that too. Yeah, but he's funnier at least. I mean, yeah, that's funny. I haven't seen all of. I've only seen, to tell you the truth, I've only seen Melancholia in full. I like that movie. I mean, the first half is boring, but the second half is great. And I mean, you know, I basically know everything that happens in Antichrist, fucking satanic, evil film. I think I've seen some of the scenes. It's, well, I mean, you know, he's interesting. I need to watch Dogville. I mean, I need to watch Breaking the Waves and Dogville. But yeah, I always hear that about him. I mean, it's like, what? He's annoying. Amazing, like Melancholia though, when he said that thing about like Hitler. He was like, I think I understand. He was like, I understand the man. And then like Kirsten Dunst next to him, like, what? You can't say that. Fucking German. No, I'm just kidding, but literally, just like, you know, just like fucking satanic evil German Nazi. No, but like you know, occultist Nazi. But like literally, he seems to just like, him just being like, I'm depressed. His depression. It's about depression. Well, really, I had no idea. But like still. It's a striking film. I think it's a pretty great film overall. But yeah, I do need to watch more of his stuff. That's funny that you would say though, but he's funnier at least. But anyway, yeah, it's like that's funny that you're getting my vibe here. But the Peter Greenaway movies are great for Michael Nyman scores and moments for them. I think you find him evil. Well, I like that you respect the you get the vibe. You know what I mean? That's cool, dude. I appreciate that for real. Like, Von Trier movies are very miserable. He's funny on these wires like shitty. Like, I'm more about his stated intents from interviews in relation to the movie. Yeah. Funny enough, though, I feel as though I haven't really read as much about his takes on that as I should, considering how much I like both versions of the movie. I need to watch more of his stuff in general. I mean, now you get me interested. I'm actually about to like look into that now. But Henry's cool. It's a good art meets exploitation movie. Yeah, dude. I've been trying to watch Picnic at Hanging Rock. He says Picnic at Hanging Rock is a good, very restrained, almost horror movie. That sounds excellent. I've heard it's really good. And from what you describe here, it's very that sounds very excellent. But yeah, he says, I think it's more trying to have the moral high ground that he doesn't have a right to have. I was actually gonna mention the my friend Sam mentioned the early Brain Dead or Dead Alive or something like that. Right? The guy who says oh yeah, the Jensennial. He likes that movie too. Funny enough, kind of random. I didn't know. I'd never even heard of it until my friend Sam brought it up. But yeah, because he says, I like the splatter gore movies, like the early Peter Jackson movies. He's such a troll. Danish, yeah, Lars von Trier, right? Yeah, yes, my bad, right? He's Danish. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Like that's actually a good point there. He's Danish. I always forget that. Right, so whatever I said, the Danish thing. No, Von Trier, I don't know. He seems like, again, yeah, like he's kind of funny at least, The hang up about satanic and evil, I have a general idea. I mean, you might say that I can be a little bit selective, but the fact of the matter is like, yeah, you probably do understand what I'm saying, and ultimately, like, it is much to do with a lot of sort of garish grotesquerie that I think is most off-putting to me. I mean, like, for example, like, I recently watched, like, like, Brian Usna's, like, Society. And, dude, I was, like, really into it. I was, like, enjoying it for, like, the first 2 acts. I was like, oh, man, this is, like, disturbing, but, like, it's not going, like, full disgusting. And it just goes, like, full disgusting in the end. It's, like, hellish and disgusting, and I was just like, ah, man, I don't really like this that much. You know what I mean? Like, I could see, I'm like, yeah, it's ridiculous and everything, but it's still, I'm just like, this is gross, I mean, speaking of which, it's like, I liked Reanimator a decent amount. Again, I'm not a huge fan of the whole, like, you get dead cats and all that nonsense, you know what I mean? It's just stuff like that. It's just, like, certain things, man, it's like, with I mean, I guess it's a lot. I don't know. I don't mean to be like a prude. It's just sort of like disgust factor stuff. Do you know what I mean? Like you might like, for example, something that you might find a little bit strange or something. I noticed this. Like, I don't get that disgusted by like blood per se. I mean, well, for one, obviously it's like, I know it's fake, but like gore, I mean, like, gore bothers me. So I'm going to get, it is funny though. I can definitely appreciate the humor that society is a trip, so much shunting. I know, right? Can you even believe that just ridiculous ending? I was like, oh, this is ridiculous. And he's got the corny, like, sort of, the music is, wah, wah. Like, I'm like, what? It's like a fucking funhouse of horror. I hate it. I hate it, but it left an impact. Well, have you seen, speaking of, because I was talking about Gaspar Noé, I actually finally recently watched Irreversible in full. What do you think about that movie? My friend Sam, speaking of which, he thinks that movie and like Gaspar Noé are evil. But funny enough, as much as I can totally see that. Oh, don't even get me started, right? I could see, even though I don't necessarily like the first like overly pessimistic message, and of course, just I mean, it's like, you know, quote unquote that scene, right? The just like the I mean, there's the fire extinguisher scene, of course, which I had like already seen, and then just like sitting there's like that like 10, not to, you know, spoil it, but everyone knows about this, right? What kind of spoiler is it anyway? It's like, yeah, spoiler alert. There's like that fucking 10-minute rape scene, and it's just like, I mean, it's effective though in the sense of it did make me think of like, man, I'm like, fuck, like how evil rape is, but it's like, okay, like thanks, I hate it, right? Like that meme. Um, in any case, though, very bracing. Annoyingly dizzying, though, at points with the camera work. I got annoyed by that. But of course, it's kind of crazy with that ending. It was like it's like spinning off the reels, like, and you know, of course, his thing, his style, his typography, good music. Thomas Bangalter from Daft Punk, actually, like of all people, like what? And I mean, you know, et cetera, et cetera. Like, I mean, what else is there to say about it? But it's fucking harrowing and hellish. But funny enough, even though, well, the more I read about it though, the more I was like, what is this guy? He's like dressed up as a gimp, like jacking off or whatever on cocaine. He's like on cocaine the whole time. You know, he's like fucking. He's like he said the real icing on the cake for me, funny enough, kind of honestly, was that he said that he basically only made it backwards because of Memento, like because it was Memento is successful. You know, I'm like, dude, what? I don't know if he's just like saying that, but that just seems ridiculous to me. You know, it's just like a cash grab, like just like not good, just like fully evil. But of course, funny enough though, that kind of like I felt like that it was impactful though. Like I actually kind of enjoyed it for its style and stuff. It was strangely enough to elevate it for me in some regards. Not so much the dizzying stuff, but like more so I mean, it's just fucking talk about bracing and impactful, right? Um in the end though, of course, I mean like even the critics, you know, it's definitely gratuitous. It's the definition of gratuitous. It's just like, I guess at least it feels pointed in some regards. Like, I mean, you know, it's thoroughly brutal, right? It's definitely, it's definitely it's definitely thoroughly, yeah. It oh yeah, you see that. Well, yeah. What was I gonna say? It's definitely something. My bad. Oh right, yeah. It's a black metal film. Um, right there, yeah. It's like say the trip so much. Yo, what's up, Jake Forrest? It's like, whoa, how is stream still on stamina is top notch. Yeah, I know. It's like, I don't even know how I'm still streaming, dude. You're, um, what's the saying? Well, I'm tired now, right? But like, um, yeah, your guess is as good as mine. Took me long enough, but yeah, your guess is as good as mine. I got a second when I was going off about the movie Mother and how satanic and evil it is. But then we started talking about horror movies and stuff. We're talking about actually a lot, at least some excellent films right now. I do need to check out. Oh yeah, but anyway though, I know it's ridiculous. Well, because I think it's because like I was able to like get a lot of sleep last night. Of course, I stayed up for a while the night before last, and then I slept a ton, and now I'm staying up for a while again. Like, well, sorry, but I've been staying up for a long time again, so I need to stop streaming. And like, I'm gonna say it's 3:31. At the very least, I need to stop at 4 a.m. I mean, I was, basically doing a nice 5 hours. Let's just say I'm gonna basically start, a nice 5 hour stream, right? Pretty good. Right, though, anyway, change first of all. Right, though? We marathoning. Mad George, right? I know you get that, like, Japanese guy. Screaming Mad George or something like that. Crazy dude, right? Yeah, he literally says that. Crazy. Good fire extinguisher shot. I know, and it's like, what the fuck, though? We don't even get the, like, we don't even get the righteous justice of it. Fucking pisses me off. I mean, it's like, I get it, okay, right? But, ugh, right? Just, ugh. Honestly, though, impactful film. Straw Dogs and I Spit on Your Grave have that going for them too. Yeah, you can bet I've heard of those movies. I just haven't seen them yet. I've heard. Well, of course I've heard that they're particularly brutal, but especially Straw Dogs. I don't know what you think, but I've heard that Straw Dogs is particularly brutal, and I've heard that. Well, I know all that I really know about I Spit on Your Grave is that it's like a like rape revenge horror film. Yeah, I mean, like in the vein of like like Last House on the Left and stuff like that. I don't know what you think about that movie. I mean, my friend likes that movie. He likes Wes Craven and stuff. I mean, there are a few impactful scenes. It's a little ridiculous, but I tend to think of it as a decent horror movie because if anything, it's first of all it's very raw, but it's also I like the music. It's like you get that guy David Hess doing the music there. Like, I mean, it's pretty good. It's an interesting juxtaposition, for sure. And of course, you do at least get that sort of the righteous justice at the end. It's a little bit. I mean, obviously, it's sort of kind of kind of a fully evil film, but of course, you get that. You at least get some of that righteous justice, so to speak. It just makes me think of, well, yeah, I Spit on Your Grave, but then it's actually to just sort of like make that parallel to well, for one, of course, you could compare it to, it's funny because me and my friend, we always sort of think about that too. I think, like, I love A Clockwork Orange, he loves Last House on the Left, but I mean, it's like, bro, I mean, Clockwork Orange is just clearly way, like, just to me at least, Clockwork Orange is clearly way better. I mean, that's one of my favorite films of all time. Honestly, I mean, it's like it is a genuine study of evil, but from this like interestingly like this oddly good perspective of the of the choice to do good and sort of like free will as kind of like God-given free will. But like people like it's no coincidence that the priest is like the only one who stands up for him at that one point and he's just like the boy has no choice. Like it's an amazing film. I mean, I realize it's based on a book, but I haven't read the book and I've just seen the film many times and it's just like, I mean, I love Stanley Kubrick. So, it's like it's definitely one of my favorite films of all time. But yeah, so like Irreversibly though, it's like you don't even get any righteous justice, right? Like, come on, man. Like, Joe Biden again, right? But just like, man, what? Give me a little something. I mean, we could talk all day about Clockwork Orange, and that's like how how it all resolves in the end, how it ends and everything. But it's at least, oh yeah, and it's anti-government too. It's like fucking anti-government and like it's based, dude. It is in the end. What, you need to be spoon fed that it's evil because it's anti-evil? It's like, of course it's anti-evil. In essence, it's, you know, it's a study in that though, in that free will element. You know, Clockwork Orange, the artificial and the natural thing. You know, it's like, but like, bruh, the whole thing about Irreversible though is like, yeah, I mean, it's fucking cruel, a little overly cruel. You like how Hills Have Eyes better? Yeah, I actually kind of liked it. I mean, it's like it's an amazing ending. I mean, the original. I mean, I thought the I don't like the modern ridiculousness of like the remake. Not as much, not nearly as much at least, but yeah, dude, the original is pretty good. It's fairly disturbing and disgusting, but it at least has that. Again, it's just so raw, and it has that like it does kind of have that message of there's like just that ending is really good. It feels sort of like properly framed, you know what I mean? Like it's, and I like when horror movies do that. I mean, I know that that's one of like Wes Craven's especially at first, you know, it's good. I mean, a lot of this stuff to do with like cruelty and everything to do with cruelty and evil and so forth. But of course, I think he probably, if I'm being optimistic, has these like sort of ironically good aims. But I don't know. I'm not like the hugest Wes Craven fan, but he's still like, yeah, that early stuff especially is like his early stuff is especially pretty good. Anyway, word, good talking to you. Ironically, right? No pun intended, but uh, neutron flow. It's a sleep time. Talk later. Don't do anything evil. Right? I'll try. I'll try not to, especially if I'm talking about all these satanic and evil films. No, some of the movies we're talking about are really good. For me, it's all about, even if it's just the sort of like I keep saying, it's like ironically good aims and stuff. I mean, it's good enough for me as long as it's sort of worthwhile. It doesn't necessarily make it might not make it necessarily good with a capital G, but it makes it good art as long as it's handled well. It just has it's all about framing discernment, you know, just like being properly framed. And like I said, I don't really like the garish grotesquerie stuff. I don't like the satanic evil stuff either, but you know, it's like as long as there's room for all types of different expressions, you know what I mean? And to me it's all about like how it's honestly very simple. It's like about intentions and actions, you know? And furthermore, what I always like to like refer back to is that old like that maxim of like the good, the true, and the beautiful. You know that? Is anyone even still here? Let me just like check the vibe right now. But anyway, the good, the true, and the beautiful, right? It's like, okay, well, if you're not aspiring towards like any of those things, then like, what are you doing, right? Like, what is this piece of art doing? I mean, it's in life. I mean, it's in art and life, obviously, but like, especially when we're talking about in art, it's like, okay, well, at least be aiming towards the true, right? That is something. If we're talking about like horror movies, especially, right? Like, when there's the true, it's like as long as it's true, like amazing truth and reality, right? But if it's good, if it can actually aim towards good, though, like that's the mark of, well, something good. But I think we're talking about, well, it's like, yeah, I mean, it's the transcendentals, but yeah, the Platonic ideals of goodness, truth, and beauty. It's amazing truth and reality, the transcendentals, like the So just relating that to horror movies, of course, you have this thing of like, okay, well, perhaps it's not beautiful. Well, is it true? Okay, good. No pun intended, right? But but then it's like, but is it good? Does it actually have good aims? Well, there you go. That's at least then you're at least 2 out of 3, right? I mean, if it's beautiful, like that's amazing, but still, you know what I mean? Like that can be rare. I mean, for example, funny enough, like when we were talking about like Fulci and stuff, like how I was saying, there are actually odd elements of like the Beyond where there's actually almost like beautiful cinematography happening. Like, I mean, it's very amazing when a horror movie can do that, but it's like that's the nature of horror movies, right? Like, it's it's so often the. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't want to get into like a whole thing about like the genre of horror, but it's it is. Well, I mean, it can be. It's. I'll put it this way. It's difficult to tackle in a way. I'll go as far, honestly, as to say that, like, especially in the genre of horror movies, like, it's, again, I always think of, like, metal music. Like, obviously, you know? Just think of, like, metal, like, obviously, horror is the metal of film, and metal is the. What? Yeah, metal is the. Horror is the metal of film, and metal is the horror of music. And so, in my opinion, from what I see, it's like basically the best of the best in these subjective. I mean, like in these genres where you're basically getting. I mean, you know, for lack of a better word, of these approaches towards, not always, but essentially a kind of evil of sorts. Like, well, that's maybe a little bit extreme, but you know, it's this thing of like, does it apply towards the good, the true, and the beautiful? Like, and I mean, it's like if you can if it can at least be aspiring towards one of those things, that can be like good enough for me, you know. But I think, honestly, in my opinion, that it is very rare that you run into, you know, in this way, right? Like like strictly horror and like strictly metal that that is able to genuinely achieve all three of those things: the good, the true, and the beautiful. And you know, I don't know. I know that that might be kind of like a harsh claim, but all I'm saying is that it's rare to me. So like, I don't know. I like that framework personally. Just with anything. But I'm just saying, if you want to apply it to like horror movies and in a similar sense, like you know, metal, um, yeah, it's totally something like that. Like all of my favorite works in both respective genres are basically going to be the things that actually aspire at least towards one of the three of the transcendentals, right? Of being either the, you know, of the good, the true, and the beautiful. So I don't know. I think that's a good metric in both art and life, but I don't know. It's just in keeping with the conversation. Like, it's an interesting conversation, right? Nicer Commerce Pimp says, yeah, society, right? It's funny on the rate your music page for it. Of course, people are just like, everyone just being like, we live in a right. It's just like, we live in a society. That meme, of course. At the end of the day, though, like, I mean, it's just basically like, I mean, like, I hate to say it, but at the end of the day, like, most of my very favorite works of art are not going to be, like, at the very least, strictly horror movies or strictly, like, you know, like, or strictly metal albums, you know? It's like, I mean, I don't know if I could, like, pin it down to one genre. I tend to like things. I've always put it this way. And to this day, like, I tend to most like the things that incorporate elements of horror and metal, but for all intents and purposes, they're usually not like my go-to genres. Um, I will say though that they are pretty broad genres. You know, it's like, obviously, yeah, some of my, but you know, I would just say that most of my, like, very favorite stuff, like, if it's horror and metal, like, if there's horror and metal present, like, they're like incorporated, not so much the main focus. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's just what I tend to find. Like, that's kind of my whole rant on that. Pretty good. Just want to know. Let me know what you guys think. Just kind of like ranting here. I'm gonna close it. Oh yeah, that's right. We got Eric's premiere. Oh, it's over. It just ended. I gotta check my amazing truth and reality. No, I'm just kidding. But I gotta check my stream here. Oh yeah. So chill out, Oasis of Truth and Reality. It's about that time to wrap it up here. That's my tagline. Oh yeah, it's the Chill Island Oasis of Truth and Reality. How you love that? Iggy Azalea voice. So horrible. Boom, boom, boom. Boy, boy, boy. Boy. Yo, though, for real, where my stream be at? Where my stream at? Did you beat it? Did you beat it? Where we need it? I'm fucking beat that, bitch. I wanna see that. What was I gonna say? I meant to say, like, something. Forget. I don't know. This is something else, but I forget. Oh well. Amazingly long stream. 2 parts for y'all to enjoy for your audio-visual pleasure. Boy, oh 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 boy, oh. Okay, but I gotta see that stream. That stream. That stream. That stream. Amazing truth and reality. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. But what's they say? The Greek thing? Up. Yes, that's it. Took a dog. I'm a bog. I'm a dog. I'm a log. Tog. I'm a chug. I'm working in the bog all day and all night. Working like a dog. Coming through strong, and I'm putting in the log hours. Doing it day in and day out. Daylight savings. The man on the bay get a massive payout. Trade in the day trade and the wave fare blazing up. Cush. I'll be sitting on my tush, no cap though. Rup, I'd be getting mad bush. That's the laps though. That's the facts though. Rapping all the time, spitting blast bars. Cap, bro. Snap back to reality. Hup, there goes gravity. Hup, guys, I just made that up. Aren't I so good about that last part, Eminem? I mean me. There goes gravity. Yup, there goes gravity. Dup, da dope, dabbity, bope, da bope, dabbity, cope, da dope, savity, hope. You don't have any hope. You gotta have some rope. Oh, you know what?
What? Bow, 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 bow. Bow, 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 bow. Ooh. Get him, get him, get him, get him. Flockavelli. What? What? Yeah. Flocka. Flocka, waka, flocka, flocka, waka, waka, flocka, waka, flocka, flocka, waka.
Unchill Island. I love it though. I'm so happy about that. Amazingly achievemented. Clubby SFP though. So good. Get faced. Right? Two viewers. Yeah. Yeah, guys. We're doing it. We are persisting. And so she persisted. Or whatever. That like feminist saying. Waka, 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 flacka, flacka, waka, waka, flacka, flacka, waka, flacka, flacka. Brick Squad Monopoly. 1017 Brick Squad. Okay. Get hip. Get hip with the vibe. Damn though. I was gonna say something, I forget what I was gonna say. Now it's bothering me, but whatever. Stupid OCD. Young. What did he say? He's like. He's like. Well, yeah. I don't know. We're just going to Brick Squad Monopoly. You know, you used to play a game with your grandparents. Brick Squad Monopoly. Duh. You can go to the trap house. You could take a left on trap house lane. etc., etc. I every rose has its thorn. Yeah. It's true, you know. Truer words, truer words have never been spoken before. For Axel Rose. Interesting, right? Conspiracy. His name's Rose. He's talking about himself. He's talking about him. He's talking about his daughter. Right? Just like something stupid. He's talking about his wife and or mother, and he's talking about his mother and or wife and or daughter and or dog. I'm just kidding, but and or cousin. You get the you. He's talking about his grandmother and or his. What is he talking about? His grandmother. And or his mother and or his wife and or his daughter. Amazing truth in reality. Brick Squad Monopoly. Hi. What up? What up, gang? It's your boy. It's your boy. Soldier Boy, tell him. in Jamaica. Yeah. Well, that got goofy for you. Yeah. Well, that's getting goofy for you. You know that. Going so ham, going so splat. Going so bad, bad, bad. Doing an attack. Yeah. Much more of a guitar vibe right now, you know what I mean? again. Amazing truth and reality. Thank you guys very much for being here today and tonight. I really appreciate it. I am finally gonna go eat something. Take a shower. And get changed and go to sleep. Frickin'. I wonder who's still viewing. Shouts out to whoever's still watching. So I have 2 viewers. One of them might just be me. What was I gonna say though? Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna finally eat something, take a shower, lie down, and go to sleep. Just closing out tabs and stuff here. Do. Nice, Karma's Pimp, my man. Staying chillin'. Beachside. As he said, I'm crashing, so I'll see you later. Thank you for being here, dude. Peace, dude. I did want to have a little bit of a perfect beach. I'm just gonna do a little bit of something real quick here. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Oh. But yeah, I am. Take a shower. I'm about to. I've been watching Mindy's clip. I find it hilarious. It's so stupid and brilliant. Lol. I'm crying. I need to peep. 3 viewers. And it's pretty funny. It's like pretty absurd. Oh yeah, nice. Here's my perfect beach scene.
Spring with these easy.
No. Stupidly brilliant. Stupid. Oh, and it's set perfect beach scene. 7 hours of white sand, blue water, and ocean waves in 4K. 7. 7 and 4. Lucky number 7. 4. So good. Like, bro, I gotta like close out all this stuff. Bro, these were fruitful streams. Feel me? You guys, we've been on a journey together. This has been just the best. This has been pretty good. I do just want to put the perfect beach up real quick, just before I head out. Yeah, alright, man. Thanks for being here. I'm definitely... he goes, alright, good night. He just goes, alright, lol, whatever. Like, fuck, yeah. He just goes, yeah. Yeah, this is the closing credits. It's Saturday Night Live. Good night, everyone. You know, doing the bow outs. I just want to like put perfect beach up real quick. You know what I mean, dude? Like, sometimes you just have to like put perfect beach up, and then you just like feel good about your situation in life. Sky Ferreira here, and then, you know, what am I looking at here? What did they do to the logo? It's like a train or so. Oh, it's binoculars. Wow. Whoa, dude. Trippy, dude. Whoa, dude. Amazing. Oh, I gotta put it in 4K, dude. That was fun earlier, Karma's Pimp, when I was doing that stuff with the, like, audio mixing and everything. Oh, fuck. Yo, that shit was really funny. That shit was lit. We made like good memories tonight. We really did the thing. This stream had everything. There was, you know, oh, perfect beach, right? Scene. Perfect beach scene. Oh, where's my... Oh, here it is. Here. Oh, just all the classics, like... All the fucking classics. Right? We're gonna put... Fucking... Spring 2022, Cherry Blossom. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's that shit, man. I gotta put. Hold on. Oh, nope. Nah, get rid of that. I don't need that anymore. I don't need that. What I need right now is perfect beach scene on my chill island oasis. Take a trip into the deep. ASMR. Sleepover vibes, you know? It's like a sleepover when you're like trying to go to sleep and then you just kind of like start giggling. You're fucking 12 years old. Hashtag nostalgic. Hashtag vibes. Amazingly YouTube windowsed. Here's what was yelling about that guy being like, this stream looks weird, so I'm out. Dude, that was classic. Where is That. I need to find that in Eric's stream. Why is that stupid train thing here? Like, I don't... Oh, no, sorry, binoculars, right? I guess it's, it's like, okay. What if I should... what is it? Dog Day? Owl Day? Oh, it's Earth Day. Duh. Hey, yo, happy Earth Day, everyone. Celebrate with these scenes of Earth. I don't like that overhead shot, though. I like this. No, I don't like that either. I like this, though. Chilling at the park with my cherry blossom friends. 47.222. Oh shit! A drone. Drone footage. I don't want to see any cars. You know, like, yeah, fuck out of here. See that shit? I see that shit right here in my neighborhood. I came here to see the amazing truth of reality. Can you show me around? Where's the bench? I had the bench. I had Julia sitting here on the bench. I don't need that stupid parental advisory sticker anymore. Right though. No, yeah. Nice though, exactly, dude. He goes, yeah, sleepover 5 Lamau. Right, dude. Because it was toward the end of his most recent stream about the premiere. Yeah. Yeah, I have to see that. Yeah, that was really funny. Just the most ridiculous audio happening imaginable. I don't know. I like doing that stuff though. It's fun. I mean, I don't know. I like the vibes. You know, having the stream. The stream is just kind of everything. Sort of a work in progress. I mean, it's, it's only been like 2 months. So it's like, we shall only move up and forward. Oh yeah. Yeah, though, nice. Winter. Okay. Okay, winter. Right. Yeah, my name's Autumn. I guess that's a name, though, right? Yeah, dude, my name's Fuck. Okay. So, deal with it. Where at this is it here. My northern lights. Yep. That's it. Yes. And then Yeah, that's funny. They're just like, I don't like it. Keep going over here. It's scary. It's like, look, there's gonna be times I'm just gonna be messing around. Like, we gotta test the waters. You know, we gotta see what sticks, what gets the the shamola. Just like, what? Is that a word? You know, what gets the big bucks, right? It's all about the Benjamins, baby, you know? That's kind of how I live my life. That's like sort of my ethos. Ah, God, man. So eventful. Michael Smith. Remember that? Michael Smith tonight? Wow. He sure was mad. Just like, he's always... Hey, remember when not Karma's remember when, Bobby Brown and Peter Dendici had their little tiff, and it went on for like 5 hours? Yeah, man, like, good times. I just love that shit, you know? Can't get enough of it. I live for it. I'm just kidding. Yeah. Oh my god. Hey, remember, this is like the SI, this is like where we like SI, like reminisce on the events of the day and night. Hey, remember when, I don't even know, what else even happened? I start making shit up. Remember when Dulles came through and he did that dance? He was dancing. Dulles he said he called it the Dulles dance. I was like, what? And he was like, do the Dulles dance. Do the Dulles dance. I was like, man, you wildin', right? Yeah, dude. Then he started talking like a black guy. That was crazy. You know? He did his whole, like, rapping duels thing. Dulles. Because I know he's, like, Mexican or something. No, I'm just kidding. But what is that, Dulles? Like, it's like, it sounds like Spanish or something. Dulles. Is he gonna duel me? Is he gonna duel me in a joust? Don't duel me, Dulles. Don't tase me, bro. Remember that guy who got tased tonight? No, but remember that the don't tase me, bro guy? Like, remember that, like, police brutality, and then people just laughed it off? That was great. That was hilarious. Because he was a white man. No, I'm completely kidding. Somehow probably true, though. No, but that was some OG shit. That was the OG. That was even crazier than, like, Rodney King, you know what I mean? Like, bro. That don't tase me, bro guy. Don't tase me, bro guy was a pioneer in his craft. Getting tased. Getting assaulted by the police. That's how I'm trying to go out. I'm just kidding. That's how I'm trying to, like, blow up. That's how I'm trying to get famous. By getting, like, beat up by the cops. And I'm just gonna be like, they beat me up. And go on CBS or something. And, like, you just get, like, mad money. Man, you know. That's the dream, though, right? A man can only dream of getting, you know, brutalized by officers of the law. No, I'm just kidding. It's horrible. Horrible. That's horrible. Horrible. YouTube.com. Make sure to subscribe to the official YouTube account. Is there a YouTube account on YouTube? There must be, right? There must be. Elon Musk must be here. I see him in my room. Perfect beach scene. Just consider that. Consider perfect beach scene. Period. Thinking emoji, 100 emoji. And the beat goes on, da-da-don. You better lose yourself in the streaming, the moment, the reaming, the clean, the dreaming, right? There you go. You gotta lose yourself in the streaming, the seeming, the dreaming. You gotta never let it go low. You gotta never let it go low. You only get one shot. Do not miss a chance to stream. This opportunity comes in a team. Comes in teams. You better cherry blossom tree. Chilling with my cherry blossom girl. In my cherry blossom world. Watch it unfurl on the perfect beach scene. We gonna go, you and me. I'm gonna do it every day and night and do it for me sake. What you see? What you see is what you get and what you be. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I love music that sounds like that. Oh yeah. Oh. Fuck me. Fuck me, Sky Ferrara's in me house trying to fuck me. Nah, hold on. It's the new style. Yes. Alright, here we go. Here we go, yo. Here we go, yo. So what's the scenario? It's your boy, it's your boy. It's your boy, it's your boy. My longest yeah boy ever. Amazingly truth and Pinham hunted. bright window here. I'm like, okay, there we go. Nice.
僕一人の夢を見ちゃいけないのか。
夢じゃない。ただの現実の埋め合わせ。
じゃあ僕の夢はどこ？
This looks pretty good. That's good. Yes. Amazing truth and reality. So good.
Connected to Bluetooth.
Horse and driven.
This time I stop away with clear snow.
Every knee shall bow. Every
Go to sleep. Appreciate it. Amazing stream. I will see you guys this weekend.